let's get into it today. It's another kind of slow, ugly day out there. Just not a lot going on. Another great 12 actually rejection there for the short on MNT in there. So a really nice short on 12 all the way back down to 11.25. That's kind of where we're at right now, just the rejection game. You know, up and then right back on down, up and then right back on down. There's really not a lot of good staircasing patterns going on. Like I was just put over on the morning alerts. Pretty much for a while, up until early January, we could come in every morning. We had which runner. We knew there'd be a runner, which essentially, hey, this is the staircase you play. This is the play we're going to look for bounce plays. This is the play we're going to look for breakouts. Some shorts, but not that many. Be careful. This is a good, strong, bullish play. We're not getting that. Unfortunately, just right now, we're not getting those bullish runners. We're getting some bullshit. Some bullshit. We're getting bullish, not bullish. We're getting bullshit. All right, let's go to the top gainer on the day right now, which is actually MNTN, and it just got a great reversal off that $12 area, which is pre-market and after-hours high. On the way down, most of the support is right at 1070. That's your better support. We do have a midline area of support right around 1120 area, which we just bounced off of. On the way up, we know 12, then 1250, then 13 resistance. Over 13, watch for a pop up to 13 to 1320 is going to have some resistance. Over that, watch for a move up to 14 to 1420, potentially with a move up to 1450 overall for MNTN. Now looking at the float on MNTN, it's a little bit bigger. It's about 20 mil, so I doubt she gets the rocket ship today. Now over to your number 2 top gainer, which is VRTL. VRTL, kind of the crazier move in my opinion today. It looks like this could be, is this like a newer IPO play possibly? No, I was just seeing if it was. It may be as of last year because it only goes back to last March on my 52-week chart there, so possibly so. It is at all-time high if that's the case. So on the way up today, watch for move over 100. This has a little bit of a spread to it, so this could be your one crazy, play that we've seen in the past year where we have this nuts like Kelly B type of movement. So VRTL over 100, watch the move up. Now, what levels could we use? I'd say watch for every $5, so 105, 110, 115, 120, etc. On the way down, we have support right around, in my opinion, 95 and around 93.50. Under that, then it's at 90. And under 90, boy, this could free for all. The only thing I would say that could hold this up would be then past short history, which is all-time high previously was at 84.50. Boy, it's pretty slow out after that. It is pretty slow out after that. After that, then you've got some pretty slow movers. STIM and ELAB are very similar this morning. STIM and ELAB, ELAB. Keep your eye on, I'll put the former runners out there as well, but ELAB and STIM are very similar. $1 to $2, $3 movers, somewhere right around there. Now they're stuck back below 2. QNCX is another one to keep your eye on today. That's the sub $1 play. And then we have BRLS and JZXN, and I would say watch. Now those have room to run over their pre-market high compared to the others, and that's why I would say BRLS levels on the way down. We've got support right at it. High from Tuesday in market and yesterday, pretty much right around the 190 to 180 area. That's got to hold, and if not, watch for the hangover type of move back down to 160. Then down to 145. On the way up, 210 and 220 resistance for BRLS over that mark. BRLS has a shot to run up to 250 today. Over 250, we can go to 275, and over that, just over 3 to around 320. JZXN over 290. The resistance area up top for JZXN over 290, which is some really strong resistance. This has a shot to run. We have that kind of gappy fill over 3 for the move up to $4.50 to $5 on JZXN. On the way down for JZXN, we're at the support now, right at a line I have in from past short history at 250. Under 250, we come back down to 230, and under that, we come down to 210, close to 2. SPY absolutely taking off this morning. SPY taking off this morning. Beautiful move there. Squeezy, squeezy, squeezy. Got the non-payroll out there. The farm report. Unemployment rate report. The payrolls, baby. Goofy ass reports. King Line, good to hear from you there. T-Web, Daz, anyone else? But yes, feeling much better today. Back to rocking and rolling. Of course, then there's like nothing to trade today. It's like, well, great. Now there's really nothing to trade today at all. It's all good, though. That's what's going to happen in trading stocks. All right, let's get to the large cap tickers. I think they're all in there. Q's and Tesla. Hold on, where's in Q, Tesla. Like now I'm adding some, so some start dropping out. AMD just dropped out. Oh, it's so annoying. All right, that's good. That's good enough right through there. We'll start with this. All right, over to large cap SPY here, getting a huge move up this morning from the non-farm payrolls, unemployment, some kind of hourly rate, so MOM, month over month. It's just huge play so far today. 91.80 lows all the way now up to around 96.80. So about a $5 spike right here this morning so far. Not a big fan of that, but you know, hey, if you're trading pre-market or if you're already invested into these plays, you're looking good with this nice good spike up. If you're already in, now you can start taking some profit here into the opening bell. Beautiful move on up today with the resistance, in my opinion, coming up next. Really strong right here. We're at now at 97. Over 97, this is where, you know, we kind of start going, where are we going to go to? Do we go to around 97.50? Do we land all the way up to 98? Or do we go up to that all-time high in pre-market of a couple of weeks ago at 98.96? I'm going to go 98.96 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day, I'm going to include the 700 number yet again. So 98.96 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes up to 700. On the way down today, are we going to bounce off of Monday's high of day? Got a lot of good resistance area. Not only from Tuesday there, but then Monday's high at 95.80. Under 95.80, watch for a crack back down, and I have a line in at 94. I like that line at 94. 694 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 692.50 for your ultimate low of day. Apple, very small movement this morning. Still caught in its trend, and of course yesterday was such a tight day. Again, just would not day trade Apple. Now look for a move though. I would say over 74.40. Over 74.40, watch for a pop. On the way back on down, watch this back under 273 for the crack back on down. Both areas would have resistance about $1 away though. So once you get $1 in profit on those, the crack of the pop from Apple, please take profit. You can tell this thing is really tight, trapped and range bound. Same as yesterday goes for AMD. Now, I don't like this much to the bottom side. I like it to the top, but we've already popped up today. So this is going to have some strong resistance where we're at right now. Actually, we're not quite there yet. But strong resistance from Monday's high and main resistance from Tuesday, which is right around 217.60. Over 217.60, watch for a pop in yesterday's high of day at 219.40, 219.35. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day goes back up through 220 to 221. On the way down today for AMD, support is going to be at right around 215.25 to 215.50. If we crack that, watch for a move down to 214. Under 214, watch for a move down to yesterday's low of day and after hours, right there around 213. Normal low of day at 213. Ultimate low of day goes down to pre-market low of 212.20. I will do app today. Even app yesterday was a tighter day. Now look at the range. The range and movement already in pre-market is more range than yesterday. On the way down today, watch for a bounce play off a pre-market low in 446. Zoom back out here a little bit. Under 446, which is also not only, well, I'd say it's really close to being last Tuesday's low of day area. Now, if we crack that, watch for a good move on down. I'll say pre-market low, normal low of day, ultimate low of day goes all the way down to 430 to 428.75 roll. On the way up resistance, we just kind of failed and made a real wiki sandwich right around 462.50. Over 462.50, watch for a pop to 467. Over 467, watch for a move up to 471. 471.50, normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day over 471.50. Watch for a pop up to 476. Then Google got taken off when I added app. What the app is that? I could have stayed away from Google. Google real choppy again here, team. It just dumped right at the bell. Monday was up, down, all around. Now, last Friday, we got a good move at the bell, which sucks. Friday and yesterday, we get great moves at the bell. The day I traded for that dump at the bell Monday, we don't get it. You know, it's like, you little asshole. I noticed that yesterday. Like, really? You did it on Friday, you did it today, but the day I go to trade you, you don't want to dump $5. Okay, I see how it's going to be. So I'm really not a big fan of Google. Now, it is, the one line I do love is that 1750 line. We just bounced off of it yet again, like we did on Monday. That line's key. If we crack that, watch for a good short back on down. To the top side, I would just be careful. Keeps taking tickers off as I had them on. Hold on one sec, team. All right, back at it, team. Get some more water there. Boy, PRFX just dumping away. Yowza. Yowza. Is anything moving up? Nothing. Woo! Yowza. Everyone moving on to large caps with that jobs report. That jobs report, too, had been delayed for a few weeks, like a month almost now. So probably another reason why everything's moving to large caps today. Just a real big move over there. All right, over to Meta now, team. Big move up today as well, of course, with the payroll farm, whatever it is. That been waiting for that for a few weeks, too. I think that was delayed. So we're getting a huge move from that this morning. Have a line, and we're filling right at it at 76.50 for Meta. Over 76.50. Watch for move up to right around 78 area to around 78, 75. Over that, then I have a line in, which probably put it a tad higher, but right around 680. 680 normal high of day. The high from Tuesday, yesterday. Also last Thursday. Ultimate high of day is going to creep up a little bit higher and go into Monday's highs right around 683. On the way down, watch for a bounce and support right around 673.50. Under that, a beautiful line at 670. Normal low of day goes one more level down to a line I have in pretty much pre-market low right around 667.35 to 667.50. Ultimate low of day, watch for a crack back on down to 664 if we do have a big reversal today. Over to Microsoft, same thing popping up today. Good resistance here at 417.30. Over that, watch for a pop up to 419.70 to 420, the high from last Wednesday, a week ago today. 420 normal high of day, ultimate high of day, going back to around 423. Yesterday's high of day, ultimate high of day. On the way back on down, are we going to hold after hours from Monday or Tuesday? Monday's after hours resistance, we're kind of at it right now, and I don't think we're going to hold that, but it's a nice double top at 417.25. So once we get over that, watch for that to bounce. I like the area at 415.50 better. Under 415.50, we go down to 415. Under 415, we go to after hours and pre-market low right around 413. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day under 413, watch for a crack back down to 411.90. And below that, watch for a move down then to 409 for your ultimate low of day. Course MSTRs getting taken off. I will keep continuing doing MSTR, but today it's just to me in a stranglehold, trapped in a channel. Resistance from Friday and after hours through Monday and Tuesday is at 137.80 into around 139.50. Back down below, we have support around 128 into around 126. Those are going to be your main two key areas right there. So the top and the bottom. Once we break above the top or crack below the bottom, then it's time to roll. Otherwise, I feel we stay trapped. And the highs from Monday and the lows from Monday. NVDA is going to be the same thing from the highs from Monday and the lows from Tuesday into pre-market. So literally just going to be range bound in my opinion. We're filling right now off of Tuesday's high of day, which is a lot of resistance from Monday. If we get over that, we're going to Monday's high of 193.50. So my normal high of day, I'm going to keep it at 192.50. Ultimate high of day, 193.50. On the way back on down, 190 support. Under 190, watch for move down to around 188.75. Roll to 188.40. Normal low of day, right around in that area. Ultimate low of day, watch for a crack back down to around 186.50. We stay range bound though between Monday's high and Tuesday's low and pre-market low. PLTR literally complete opposite day of Monday. So Monday up, Tuesday looked almost the exact same as it was Monday, but down. What do we do today? I doubt we do that again back and forth, but I've seen this so often in the large cap space where we go up, 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 and the next day we go da 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 down. It's literally like nothing. It's just right back to where we came from. Almost round trip type of stuff. On the way up today, resistance comes in right at. We're hitting it right now, 140. Over 140, we go to 141. Over 141, watch for a pop into 142.40. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day then goes to 143.50. Ultimately landing on yesterday's high of day right around 145.50 to 146. The high from Monday and Tuesday. Ultimate high of day there. On the way down, 138 support looks yummy. Under that, watch for a bounce play at 136.60 pre-market low. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day goes down to Monday's low of 134.70. PLTE, it's PLTR. All right, there we go. How you guys doing today? It's slow out there, isn't it? Anyone awake? Look at PRFX. Look at the dumpy dump. The dumpity dumpy yumpies. Good gosh, what in the world? Over to the Qs, failing at Monday and Tuesday's high of day at 617-ish area, 616.70. Over that, for the Q stars, watch for a pop into 118.20. Over 118.20, we go into 119.20. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day over 119.20. Watch for a pop up, and we have a pretty good sized day up to 620.20. On the way down today, gonna try to hold the highs from Tuesday and Monday, right around 616 right now. If we crack that, watch for a move down to around 614.20 area. Crack of that leads to a move down to around 612.80. Normal low of day at 612.80. Ultimate low of day goes down to around 611.30. Ultimately landed at pre-market low at 610 for your ultimate low of day. And lastly here to Tesla. Same thing, spiking into a resistance. Almost every one of these plays is spiking up. A. B, they're all hitting the line of resistance that I have in from lines from past chart history, which right now Tesla's doing it. I have a line in it, 427.80. Right there at pre-market high. Over 27.80, watch for a spike up to 30.50. Over 430.50, which is your normal high of day, watch for a spike to 432.50. I'm not going to go too much higher because of how much we're up this morning. I'll go to 435 for your ultimate high of day. On the way back on down, the great supports actually were a line I have in as well. Pre-market low area, right around 420, right around 423. Under 423, which is your normal low of day. Watch for a crack back down to Monday's low at 421. Great support there yesterday. And those are the two levels on the way down today. I think we could pop up a little bit more. If we come down, it'll be a minute. If we do, those would be your key levels to look for bounce plays. If we do somehow crack under Monday's high of day at 421, watch for a move to yesterday's low of day right there at the opening bell, where I also have a line in at 417. Now with the trade at the bell, of course, we get these big spikes. So do we get continuation? Do we get the sell-off and a red move that turns to a green move? You know, you got to look at yesterday and how many red to green moves we made there. But right at the opening bell, we were red to green. And then we went green to red. You know, it's just we do that a lot here into the opening bell. So for the next hour, I would watch for a green to red move at some point. Or I should say a red to green move at some point. Because what? We're up. There's no way we don't see a sell-off. So that's why I didn't go too high on on normal high and ultimate high of days because of how much we're already up in pre-market. That also negates a lot of good moves at the bell because of what? We've already popped. It's hard to determine now which direction we go in. I'd say the only one that hasn't moved that much that's tight is Apple. Apple's the only one that I'd say, hey, this play could actually do something nice at the bell with continuation. Of course, for small caps, holy moly, I went back over to, I always do that when I'm doing large caps. I'll kind of go back to my small cap flex window, the flex grid on Thinkorswim, where I have my 4 top movers, and it's just nothing. I mean, even from past chart history movers in the last couple of days, nothing. Discord, dead. It had PRFX. That was the last and only trade in this past hour that I've been in my office. The only alerted ticker on Discord is PRFX. That 4 trades anyway, 4 trades. Right here at the bell, look, see a PRFX, see if it pops back on up. I don't think I gave levels for PRFX today, which is kind of funny. So I will go back over that and give you levels, but it just crashed down. All right, over to PRFX on the way up. We're going to have a little bit of resistance right now where we're at 375. Over that resistance is really strong at 405 to 420. Over 420, watch for a pop into 480, close to 5. Over that, we have resistance at 535. 535 to 550, very strong resistance for a double top short if we get it. Upper VWAP bands right there as well. I very highly doubt we move back up to that upper shadow in 790. Now, it could. Why? Because we have nothing moving. There is nothing moving today whatsoever in the small cap sector. So something's going to move, but how much is the point for how long? Down below 350, bottom pre-market support. If we crack that, we're going back to where we started from, round trip, which is all the way back at 3. All right, guys. How we doing? Besides sleeping, probably. I'm going to take my quick little 7-8 minute break. I'll be back here right before the opening bell, putting jams on right now. If you have any questions, putting them in chat. I'll be back here to lead us through the morning. I don't have any one-on-ones to worry about today or TTP. It's just me, you, and how slow can the market be? That's truly what I'm thinking right now. Me, you,
Soon
and how
energy
slow the market can be. Just making sure I wasn't missing anything. And it doesn't look like I am there whatsoever. All right, be back here in just a few minutes, team. Put the timer up for you guys. Be back here in just a few. Please, someone say a prayer for us and we can get a stock to run today. you doing? We are back at it, rocking and rolling. Crikey, mate. Crikey. It's a slow one out there. It's slower than mower. Got that old floor right there, became resistance for... This looks like it still wants to kind of pop on up. There's just nothing moving in small cap space. This is relatively one of the really slower mornings we've seen. I know we've seen some slow ones. I would venture to say this is the slowest. Top gainer up MNTN is only 43%. Then we go to that QNCX sub $1 play, VRTL, so that 30% now sub. We have nothing up over 50% here in pre-market from closing bell yesterday. It's really slow. Now Virgil here, whatever, Virgil. I keep thinking of the old wrestler, Virgil. I think he passed already. Let's see, Virgil. Wrestler. There he is. This guy. No, yeah, he did. I thought he did pass this year recently. Virgil. Remember him back in the day? Oh, Virgil. Never got a good role, unfortunately. Had to play like the clown kind of guy, the side guy. Just never could get the limelight. MNTN, it's a market. See, I woke up this morning, so there. Yeah, Jay Webb. Hey, and I woke up feeling great. I was sleeping my ass, obviously, like I told you guys. I was like, I'm going to go to bed earlier. And I got to bed earlier, but then it was one of those nights still regardless, you could tell your body definitely needed to recharge. I mean, yesterday, like I said, I took that nap at lunch, where I went in there and sat with Avery when I got done. I got done with the TTP stream, chilled for a minute. I was like, I ate a little something because I knew that'd make me feel a little better. Just, you know how we are, like, get a little something in your belly, and you're like, oh, let me sleep. And then I was like, let me just lay down for a minute. Next thing you know, I'm like, and it was kind of one of those intermittent naps where you're kind of sleeping, kind of, it's in and out. And you don't think you're really... Next thing in 2 hours, I didn't know what to do. It was like, damn, it's almost 1 o'clock my time. I was like, oh, geez, I got to get up and going here. And then, like I told you guys, by the time we were done working out, and you could tell Avery, I was sweating my ass off when I got off the Peloton. She's like, you feel better now? So I was like, that's what I called this in the live stream earlier. By the time we did all this, and I had worked out, and I was sweating my ass off, I wasn't thinking about it anymore. I mean, you got to think about Razorbacks. We played last night. Kicked the shit at LSU, which I love. Not that I'd love any, but you went on the road by 30. That's awesome. I mean, this team is... But that game didn't start till 8, so I was up till... I was like, shit. So I was up till probably 11 anyway, because game was over till 10 anyway, yada, yada, yada. But, man, good night. Razorbacks got the dub. I got some just straight, solid sleep. I did a lot of tossing and turning. Couldn't pick what side I wanted, left or right. I'm not a back sleeper. I don't see how people can sleep on their stomach. I'm just like, what are we doing? You just trying to kill yourself? MNC, the only thing I see. Yeah, but see, then I don't like the spread on it. Do you notice that there? Check the spread on it, T-Web. I would say this is probably going to be a no-go anyway. Check the spread, bro. Spread on it is absolutely insane nasty. Absolutely insane nasty. Put SMX on watch over here. It's really low volume. This has got to be one of the more slower days, big time. I mean, this is nutsos. Definitely getting some more selling pressure right now and a nasty sell-off. Look at what is going on today. This is like, no lie. Before I started streaming live, we'll go to obviously 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. 2021 even, because I wasn't doing a lot of one-on-ones in 2021. And I would be done. And this is where I even hit a stretch in 2021 where I didn't have a lot of one-on-ones. And SMX's spread is nasty too. SMX's spread is 40, 50 cents. Gah! I would come in like 45 minutes after the opening bell. But this just was luck, and the market was just still, it was nice. It was high. And I remember coming in at, geez, look at PRFX just curl over. Look at MNT and just die off. I mean, these plays are just getting bloody slaughtered. But I came in like 45 minutes after the opening bell. I'd say it seems like 3 days in a row, and it was really close because I'd come in, because I just remember, the main reason I remember was I was like, I can't believe this happened again. Kind of feeling at the end of it all. But I'd come in within 5 minutes, 10 minutes max, I'd see a potential, it was a trend line crack. I think it was short every day. I had one trade 3 days, and there was a couple of days, I think maybe one of the days maybe I had multiple trades. Maybe. But I know it was one trade each day. I'd come in, and I'd leave. I boom, done 10. I was in there for 10, 15 minutes, something like that, and I'd be out. All right, guys, I'm done. Like, damn, this month. And then they'd be like, what? And some people would take the trade. Well, thanks, AK. You'll take blah, 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 blah. I'm like, all right, yep, you got it. So that was pretty dope. AEHR spiking here. So we do have AEHR getting a good move here. So AEHR out of nowhere. So AEHR is getting the real good move of the morning here. So we'll see what we get out of this. But this is relatively, this is really slow. I mean, this is for true small. We don't have a small cap running. This is a large cap, and this is a mid cap. So I don't see one small cap ticker making a move today. It's definitely one of your slower days for sure. I mean, when you have TDC on the top gainer board too as well, so we could go over here and look at TDC. I mean, that's on the top gainer board now. It's got some pretty decent movement as well, kind of like AEHR. What is Tardata Corp? Okay, never mind. It's not going to be anything to do with AEHR. More of a tech play. Yeah, I mean, STEM, ELAB, nothing soon. These plays are absolutely not doing a thing. Soon was okay. That's Kevin Avery's play. Not a lot out of it so far. That's up, though, 25.4%. Oh, from market close, though, it's actually up 40%. 40%. In market. That's what these go by. In market. Okay. All right. Soon a little bit. JZXN, yeah, did that do something? The move down, JZXN. Yeah, little crack, little something. AEHR's not bad. What do we have from AEHR? What's the reason for it moving? Let's see. Key AI production, burn-in win with initial order of Sonoma systems for lead hyperscale. Anyway, so AI bullshit. Does it mention how much? Numbers in there anywhere? Like 5 million, 10 million, 20 million worth of stuff. It just says now starts a key strategic win with an initial production purchase order. It does not mention how much the order was, though, is my point. Which would give that a little more clarity and more spikeability, possibly, in my opinion. We will watch AEHR. It's not built up anything. This would be your juncture area for a bounce play, 35-ish, 35.60, and then down into add in. This would be it. Again, we're dealing with another play. I can already tell with the decent spread here. So you go over this. I can just tell by the way we're jumping around. See how we go from 94 to 90, 86, 80. We're just skip 62. That means we're a spread. You can't just go from 50-something to 70-something, from 50-something. You have a spread, so then you go check how big the spread is, and you go, holy guacamole. That's pretty decent size. Now, for a bounce plate, if you trust it, not bad, right? You just got to get some profit before you can actually start scaling out of that. You got to move up a little bit because of that 30-cent spread, but for fills, it wouldn't be too bad with the spread. I just like tighter spreads. You could get skipped out when you have that bigger spread like that. Like some orders may not get filled. But I do like the movement so far. But yeah, this market is poo-poo. Back to that comment. J-Web. Yeah, but point being, what I was going to say was this is where a day, if I saw this and I was in already from pre-market, I'd usually go I wouldn't go, well, I wouldn't say go back to bed because I'm probably already up. Now, some days if I was super tired and I was like, oh, but yeah, I mean, and especially just say if I did wake up and just popped in like right now and I was like, like I did, I was so tired, like, oh man, I was sleeping so good. What do we got moving here? And back then I wouldn't trade AEHR usually, even into 2021. I just don't like what it's doing. Even like right now, it'd be like me trying to just get a trade in with you guys. It's not something I like. It's just straight up. Right now we're building some consolidation and something to trade off of is my point, right? Which is whether it's retest high of day, 37.50. We could get a retest of that if we pull back down for more. Find a true bouncer. Let it bounce once and then let it get identified. Let that chart build up so you can find something to trade that's nice and easy. just sit back and have to wait on days like today. But if I came in and saw this and small cap space was just as dead as it was, I would go right back to bed. I'd be like, yeah, this is crazy. What am I, what? No, don't force trades. That's what I would. Or if you wanted to, like early on in my journey, like I know I would stick around 2017, 18, 19, watching Deck and just, all the stupid shit he would do. Once I finally got an experienced trader, I'd be like, yeah, that's just Josh. You're not going to be. You're going to sit around and listen to Deck be goofy all day long and try to keep people around by talking about different articles and AI and just it's like he will just find he'll just go to and he does, and I mean he goes to like Yahoo Finance or CNBC or MNBC, whatever, all those different ones out there, and just trying to find the just articles that look intriguing. He tried to get me to do this at first too, which I was. All right, if you get slow, and it's like this, like you just keep them going at least for the first half hour or so, and then start pulling up some, pull up some articles, and then same with chat. Keep chat going. Make sure you're always posting something in chat, whether it's links to certain things you think are intriguing, just all those kind of things. All right, let's see if we find a demand zone down here. Let's see if we can find a demand zone. I'm going to let it define before we trade it here, but let's see if we can bounce here. If we don't bounce here, then you start to worry about where are we going to bounce at. Would have to probably go to past chart history here and maybe see a move down around, 34s, somewhere right around 34s for a bounce play potentially. Right, using this past chart history there, right off that VWAP. All right, so we're finding a little bit of demand zone right here. Off this 34.50 mark or 35.40 mark, 35.40 mark. I'll sometimes switch that second and third number around. We're trying to read them too fast. All right, so beautiful bounce off this 35.50 mark. I know you can't go as big shares as you'd want to go, but this is our defined demand area right now for a bounce play. Let's see how much it goes up. Because if it doesn't go up that much, we're not taking this bounce play as it comes back down. You want it to confirm in 2 or 3 or 4 candles. Then move your way back on up there and you'd be good to go. And then for the bounce play back down. But until it forms that, this is a little bit of risk. There's that red to green move or green to red move. There'd be a sell off and it came pretty much at the bell. Not watching other large cap tickers. Am watching the hangover on JZXN be slow and steady and do nothing soon as well. So I'm about to start getting rid of these small cap tickers because they're not doing a darn thing. Apple was more up at the bell. I did talk about Apple having a spike at the bell, and that's what exactly, if you heard the morning alerts, did you hear that, J-Web? Anyone else on Apple? What did I say? Watch for a pop, or it could be a drop, but I said take your profit. And then the bounce play, I've seen this a lot. So this is actually really, really pretty on Apple. I've seen this on other tickers. I know it's on a 1 minute time frame, go to 3, whatever. We pop up, and look where we go right back down to. We bounce right off this pre-market high. I need to start looking at this a little bit more and tell if it's not, because sometimes it's not happening. Sometimes we go straight red. But I'm wondering if it's tight. Like, see, remember how I said it'll go to 15-minute time frame to really tighten this up. That's a lot. It's pretty tight this morning compared to other plays, especially with this U shape. Looks like it wants to pop, right? So then you have all this to bounce off of. Do you see what I'm talking about? All this old resistance is now support, as you can see, as we come right back down. And what do we do? And so I'm going to see if, and then the lower VWAP band is there. This was a extremely pretty play for bounce play. This is gorgeous for Apple right there. Absolutely beautiful on Apple. AMD sort of did the same thing. It was super quick. It was down off pre-market highs. Just there's not a lot of resistance or old resistance there, or as pretty. But then we can go to this little. I'll keep going through these. This is what's happened a lot when you find a flatter area, like with a lot more touches. So touch, 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 and then fell, and then look where we bounce off of this one. And now I know we are making these. Not SPY isn't, but a lot of these plays are making red to green moves. And these plays are really nice. Let the spike go up. And I'm going to start looking into this a little bit more. And now I'm seeing this. Are we not getting good bounce plays back down on, when I find a key area? Like, I'm not seeing one on Google to take one on, to be honest. Going through the plays here. Meta doesn't really have one with a lot of touches. So, the point being, it's not really found a bounce area yet. Microsoft absolutely getting obliterated through pre-market lows right now in yesterday's low of day. Microsoft now, but again, that had been kind of worrisome to short, being that it's coming from 416 at the opening bell, cracking a 413 support area. So we'll go over here. I'm just kind of going through these so you can. Microsoft, though, This was nice, really right through this area, so you can see support, 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 support. The only thing I said, now you're at 413. You know that's a lot of bounce from yesterday too, and after hours, but you're coming from up here. You continue to take that, and boy, one that you'd be a little like, is it really going to go for more? And it went $5 more down. So far, a total of 8 from the opening bell. Huge move there from Microsoft. Same here from MSTR. Big sell-off here. There's that sell-off kind of at the opening bell that we talked about. Doesn't happen all the time, but again, it's one of those things where, you know, if we're looking for days like today, going over and looking at my, let's just go over like MSTR, for example. Go to a 5-minute time frame and looking at the Thanos crossover, and that's huge. I'm gonna maybe start looking into that too as well for the short side on the days that we do pop up on these payrolls and whatever it might be. You're seeing Thanos crossover, so you're going back through the 9 EMA. The MACD is crossing back over, right? Crossing back over right at the same time for the Thanos crossover for the short. SPY didn't do it until after the opening bell. These bounce plays, woo! NVDA, now we're seeing some real big move back on up here. NVDA, very strong move back to the top side. Apple is getting a little bit of a pullback, but AMD, nice good red to green move there as well. So nothing. That's the one thing I'm at least noticing. They're all running in their own world today, which is good so far. After the morning and kind of so much, kind of so to speak, kind of popping up together, as you can see, like MSTR here and SPY popping up together. Then now they're all kind of running on their own clock. A little bit of red to green moves, but we still have plays that popped at the bell and then down, you know, that were green, red, green now. Microsoft is just straight dead down. So I like to see that. And this is what I was talking about on the bounce play. See how we only really went up maybe $1. It was quick and then right back on down. This makes you worried. This is why you don't take the bounce play. There's not been a settled area. This, though, if this comes back down a little bit further, we'll see if we get the bounce off that previous resistance area from a couple of weeks ago. Right here. I guess that's a few months ago now. I thought it was this area. That's down at 3150, 3175. This 34 area, 3450, somewhere in this area could see the bounce off the former resistance area. Now, is that former 52-week high? That'd be huge as well. And it is. So that's former 52-week high right there. So that's huge. Oh, yeah, AHR, remember this. Yeah, we've seen this play in the past. You can see here I have a line right here on AHR from 2017. Wow. Wow. This was what? In January of 2017? This is before I joined Tradecaster or DeckMarTrades.com back then. That is insanity. That is crazy. That's how old that line is. So we've been seeing this play for such a long time. That's nutsos. Slowly but surely still working out on the hangover play for JZXN. Now down from, about 30 cents from candlestick confirmation or whatever you want to use at opening bell if you just jumped in anyway. Just to say, hey, I'm going to see if we don't crack here, or if you did wait for the little micro shelf crack right there at the opening bell. You would have got in around 335, I'm thinking at the best, somewhere in that area. It's now down to 215, or 235, and now it's down to 215. Let me know if I'm missing a small cap, because I don't think we're missing anything right now. Got some big crows outside or something. They're like, caw, caw, caw. Like, what y'all want? Go away. I'll put Virgil back on watch. It did have a nice spike there at the bell. About 5, right after we stopped looking at it. It's very low volume though, but it's probably a huge spread. I haven't even looked at the spread on that either. Yeah, it's about 60 cents. If that could go parabolic, it'd be a little different. I wouldn't care about 60 cents, but we're not really going parabolic. AHR may slow down too as well. You can see AHR is just a slow play. I mean, we can go back to most days here. Let's just go back to last. Look at this. I mean, this is one of your bigger days here. I'm betting it's a $3 play. So this may end up slowing down really and getting sluggish there. AHR. We're watching it because it's really the only one that's really popped up today. I don't see us missing anything either right now. So let's see here. What do we got the spread on this play? It's not too bad. It's about 15 cents here. So just watch the spread here a little bit on the AEHR as well if you're looking to get into this play. AEHR spread about 15 cents. We'll have past short history. It looks like could have support in the 34s. I do feel if we crack under 34 in this VWAP, we'll have a good move down. You know, we could just continue. Could be even like this where we see a small bounce at 35.50, small bounces at 35, small bounces here, and we just kind of. You can see what we're doing here in the downtrend, right? So you can see where this little downtrend that we're forming right now, that we could just stay in this right here on the way down. And I'll do this right here, add this, and let's just see if we don't continue down that path right there. We'll see what we do here, though. Soon holding 2, just hit new high of day. So we do have SUNE. We'll get rid of TD over here, TDC, and we'll put Soon on watch. It's okay. It's too slow for me at this point. You know, the upper lower, we're just trapped in this channel. We're slowly making new highs. If you did get the dip off too for maybe a bounce back up to 225, took your profit, still holding on to a little bit to see how far you go. Not too bad there. But Soon's there another option, you know, at least that's moving for the day. That's hitting the scanners on the top high of day momentum scanner board. Oh, let's see. Do you like Soon for a bounce off the 220s? We can get moved. Yeah, but right now it's getting that sweep right back down to it. So right now would be one of those things where you would load up for a scalp. Like this is where scalpers are going to load up. This is where you're going to see a lot of volume come into this candle because a lot of people are going to try to scalp this. They're scalping the top for a short, and then they're going to scalp this bounce. You know, like right here. Like see, this is how much volume we're pouring into that candle, and now again. So there, you got to imagine people are going in 10, 20, 30,000 shares. No lie, I'm not kidding you. Buying in 5,000, you know, just loading up 5K, and they get up to like 10, 20, 30,000 shares. You know, your Ross Camerons of the world. And any little bit of movement up, you know, they're making some pretty good money because they're going in so huge. And that's where you get these scalpers that come in and try to hold this. I don't like it for elongated moves. Now, sometimes it works out on hotter plays. Where it soaks down real quickly, then right back on up we go. But this is where heavy scalpers are coming in on both sides, just trying to get 5 cents, 6 cents, 3 cents, 2 cents, 4 cents, 8 cents, you know, because they're going in 30, 40, 50,000 shares. I mean, let's just go look at that on a bigger chart so we can kind of see, and you can do the volume profile to the side. I don't really care about doing that, but the main thing I want to see here is, like, yeah, I mean, look how many millions of shares are being poured into this play here. Yeah, so there's those super scalpers coming in and winning for the bounce play. So that's it, Max. You know, that's where I say you would go in big. You may not get but 10 cents. So you'd go in, you know, you'd have to go in heavier there, which sucks because then if you're wrong, right? But you're not going to lose a lot if you're wrong. So that's the one thing why you'd have to go in heavy there and go up. This might be my only chance to get 10 cents on it. Of course, then if you have trade the pool, do you get 10 cents on it, you know? And so that's just to walk you through that and what's happening right there. I like the dip back to me. I would just be patient and say, I'm going to wait for this 2 to get dipped again. I'm going to wait for 205, go a little heavier, try to get my 10 cents on it, back up to the VWAP to 225 area. But that, this big liquidation move back on down, you start having some of the bigger candles again of the day. And that's why when you get through here is that's what traders are, you're selling off, but then you get so many big guys coming in like your Ross Camerons of the world going in minimum 10K, if not 30K, 50K shares. And they're just chopping and just do. And they're just killing it with huge share size. And they can be in a broker they can get in and out lightning fast and then take their quick little profit and then they're out. Got it, Maxie. Oh, Maximilian. Well, JZXN, I'd say is your more of your bleeder of the day. Yeah, T-Web. Look at T-Web. Now you got to know you're starting to get it. Saying it at the same damn time, my man. At the same damn time. And so far, so true. Just holding this trend right here. And the level 2 definitely gets a little bigger here. Up to 25, 30 cents when you're trading AHR. So AHR, you're going to want to trade limit orders on this team 100% of the time. So whether you're trying to trade bounce plays, and like I said here, 35 still getting some love. 34.90 now it is. But just slowly making these newer lows, running back into this downtrend. So just working its way through this trend right here is AEHR. Got some solid movement. Spread's pretty nasty on it. There's some, let's see, here's move back on down, but hopefully it makes sense, Max, on that play, and then you can also put a trend line in on it and say, hey, let's see if we don't get a bounce off that uptrend channel. If we want to market in even off pre-market right at that opening, that's fine with me, but then put it up a little tighter right here, like that. And so we get the touch, and we're in with the bodies of the candles, and so right about right there, looks good. So let's say wait for this to crack and see if it comes back down to 205 again. Yeah, I got you. I don't like how it just came back to 220s. I wanted to see. Yeah, exactly. Yep. And that's what you'd have to do. And that's how, if you do ever want to trade that, that's how you trade it. You just have to go and on Thinkorswim, on Trade the Pool, it sucks because you're like, man, I got to get my 10 cents so I can even make any kind of, what makes profit for me. So you barely would have gotten that there, Most likely could have, but but that's what's happening on those plays. Those quick sweeps down, and they pop back up like that. That's just mega scalpers coming in, trying to get a bounce play. It's going to try to hold here again. The trend line there, of course, as well. And now 240's here. Yeah, you would like to see a huge boop, 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 up to like 275-ish. Something like that. Then you get that move to 275. You would love the bounce play off of 240. Even if it did come down relatively quickly, because then it gave you a little profitability zone, like kind of like here. Go from, say, boom, you go from the break up, then you come back down, and you can see the pullback was about 30 cents. So give a good shot up. Then, 1-2 candles down from that, back down to 235, 240. There's a bounce off the trend line there. Go look at some large cap plays here in a minute. See if we see something over there. MSCR, more continuation down. SPY's getting that too as well right here, team. So we're seeing some nice movement back onto the bottom side. Apple's still holding strong. Large cap that actually is still green for the day. JZXN, like we talked about, T-Web said that, and I agree with T-Web. QVCG, yeah, that sounds sketchy as can be, Max. QVCGP. Yowza. Woo. Whew. Hey. Careful there, team. Careful there, team. Here comes. Look at that off the downtrend line, team. Off the downtrend line yet again. Beautiful. Now a dollar reversal. Now I don't trust those as much, but boy, oh boy, today this downtrend channel is working perfectly. Thank you there, Max, for that one. We'll keep an eye on it. I still have, of course, we have Soon on watch here. AEHR is just slow and steady, but this is nice, this downtrend. If you're getting, reversals off of this downtrend, that one touch, you're getting some decent touches. Depends on how tight you have it in, but that's nice to see. That's really about the only other trade I'm seeing so far. SPY now, huge sell-off right now. JZXN's been super slow, but that, like me and T-Web talked about, that's been kind of your one easy continuation play to the south side that we didn't. And again, that's where I just haven't seen those as too consistent. But it was right there at and below yesterday's close, and so that's kind of the deal. It was below yesterday's closing price, and it's heading right down to that $2, and it's hitting off of that big, it may crack that and maybe go a little bit more, but that $2 support from yesterday is coming into play right now. Google just down south. AMD pretty ugly and tight chart today. Not a lot of good movement. Got $4 range, but it's heading back down to low of day area. Kind of rolling through some of the large caps. Let's see if we see anything. Look, and then another bounce. There's a bounce off the VWAP. So that's why take profit too. AEHR is one of those ones that's either you're in up from a better area and you're just taking it slow and steady and having, just keeping the risk management, and, you're going to babysit it, so to speak, and watch it as it goes up and down, because it still has a good size spread, as you can tell. Let's go to Zendu. Let's check out Zendu real quickly. Let's see. It says 420 resumption. 0249 resume time. 420 price. 420 is the price. SPY right down to the 694 is a perfect bounce opportunity for the SPY. Of course, if you just trust your levels there, look how hard we're bouncing off of 694 right now. That's absolutely gorgeous. This is what I mean by put your lines in and trade them. Tesla, huge spike at the bell. And this is what I'm saying. You don't take your profit on those spikes. A lot of the days, this is what we get. Spike, reversal, bounce play, and now reversing completely back on to the south side. Any stocks you guys want me to go over, let me know. Any tickers you want me to go over. There's more of that red I anticipated from these tickers after the opening bell. Volume a little too low, and there's a spread. But MNTN, bounce play at like 1045 area, although it's kind of wicking at 1060 right now isn't bad, but should be resuming soon here for QVC GP. QVC, baby. Here we go. We are live. No gap up. Still rolling a little bit here. No news on it. Woo! Another play with the spread. We are dealing with some spreads today. And boy, look at that with the reversal back through on the SPY. Quick bounce now through. Woo! Be careful here. Here's soon for the dip at 2. Here's the trend line. The trend line crack worked as well, actually. Candlestick confirmation. Boom at 228. Man, I can't wait for more of these plays to come in. I truly cannot. I'm just not a fan of Soon. I know Kevin Avery likes it. It's more of a base hit kind of play. I'm always worried, are we going to get 10 cents out of it kind of play? So when I have that thought of like, am I going to get 10 cents out of it? I'm not going to trade it. Now, this trend line crack was money. You know, you get plays that I don't anticipate, right? Could have got in around 227. Now you're up 25 cents. Easily would be taking all of this trade, if not most of it. And see, it's coming. I just don't like anything today in the small cap space. AEHR is the only one that looked good earlier. Now she's really just working its way through this downtrend, getting lower bounces, you know, about every 50 cents like we've talked about. Right around 35 was getting some. You know, and then we had some at 35.20, had some here at 35.60, a little bit here at 34.50. Now we're here at 34 bouncing. It almost makes me want to take a bounce at 33.50. Somewhere off the bottom part of this, if we hit it at that little juncture right there, see if we don't get like $1 out of it. Just go in small, like maybe 250, 300 shares just to test it out. Because there's just not a lot going on today. Large caps completely turning over. Tesla goes from 27.50 to 26.50 to start the day. Now back down to 28.50. Bloodbath. It's coming down hard right there. Pretty much giving back everything round trip from the non-farm roll data. All the press releases we had this morning, the small cap or large caps, I should say, that I think some of them had been delayed too for a minute. Anyone taking the 2 bounce on Soon just to chance out a trade right now because there's really not a lot to trade? Anybody? Just one of those no trade kind of days so far. I'm just waiting for the setup to come to me. Too small boss was Soon. Yeah. It's one of those things where like if you have you're just practicing on paper or something in a demo account, so that we're like, I'm just going to practice, just go ahead and see if it doesn't work out to test your patience. That's the only way I would say patience. That's just the one thing it's teaching you there is patience. Just like you don't like anything. There's really not a lot to trade. This might work out. I see the support area. I'm not really worried about trying to get any money out of this at all. I just want to get in it and see if I can say, okay, if it gets back over 210 and I can see 215, I'm going to start scaling out. I'm like, alrighty, Rooney. I'll have a stop loss under whatever you want to call it, 195, whatever it might be. But it's kind of one of those days where, like, that's why I'd say early on in my journey, I would stick around days like today just for that. Like, all right, I'm going to paper trade something. I'd close down my real account, right, and I'd go over to paper. And, I like the sandwich area, honestly, at 225. I like the sandwich area at 225. I don't think it's going to do it, and I'd really like it back up at 240, in the old trend line up. But these would be like days like that where I'd just pull it and I'd be like, dude, you're not even going to worry about if you make any money. It is just, it's truly your strictly your thing is here. Let's build some patience. Let's see how long you can stay in this trade. And I'd challenge you guys to do that too. Days like today, do that kind of stuff. It's not always about trade. A little too high on my QSB short idea. I had it 460. Nice. Not bad. Oh yeah, that's good. Good job there, Max. Good job, bro. Good job. Yeah, I'd be about the only thing, be able to trade today really would be getting the shorts up top. PRFX was a great one. That was about your biggest moves of the day. The hangover play with JZXN wasn't bad. Gave you about 30 cents or so, maybe 35. It's trying to bounce off yesterday's that low 2 area now, not back up to 220, 215. Definitely a bunt kind of day. Don't break my heart, my achy breaky heart. Just don't seem to understand. If you break my heart, my achy breaky heart. I'd say the only thing right now to be looking at would be shorts today. I mean, we're not getting hardly any longs. The longs we get are kind of out of nowhere and breakouts. The only decent bounce plays when it comes to that today were from Soon, down at 2, and then of course this quick one at 225 that we had times 2. Other than that, large caps are getting obliterated right now. Watch for AEHR to possibly get some more sell-off here back through the 34 mark. That'd be something that maybe you could stab at, like 250 shares there to the short side for that continuation down under 34. So if you want to take a trade going small, it's got a little bit of a spread. So go in 100, go 250, go 300. I do like this for more continuation back under 34. So you really want to stab at this and just try to get good entries. It's going to be hard to get candlestick confirmation. So to be right now, you kind of see that it's a really tight spread. So this would be a time to start averaging in because the spread's about as tight as you're going to get right at about 10 cents. So you can see now it's back up. So you can see that it starts to move around. If you want to stab in at that on the bid of the ask or even with limit orders, you want to see it when it's standing still for a minute. And it takes a second to see that. Right now is another good example. Right now we're standing still. This play is, we're still got about a 19-cent spread though. But you don't want to go in too heavy. We do have a lot here on the ask at 4,000 shares. Are you kidding me? It's nuts though. Do we just break through it or do you go away? All right, so right here, right now, team, this is one of those that looks like it could be cracking through sometime soon here on AEHR. Speaking of soon, not doing much since we came down to 2. SPY just getting completely destroyed right now. Here's a moment it looks like it's kind of it was there for a minute, kind of sitting still where it looked like it was getting kind of tight. Looks like it's going to make a make or break kind of move here sometime soon on AEHR. It's either you're going to see a nice good move down, or you're going to see the pop back on up into this downtrend and possibly even break through the downtrend. CCHH short up around 181 if it's small. Yeah, exactly. I saw CCHH run into as well. CCHH, I did see that one running as well. Don't break my heart, my achy breaky heart. Had a nice little uptrend channel too. It's like a little bit of a trend line that's now getting tested and kind of cracky, getting close to testing. I think it's testing and cracking its trend line. I don't actually have the line in. I'm just kind of doing it with my my mouse going up the uptrend channel. Tesla all the way back down round trip, now red on the day completely from literally going to be testing pre-market lows now at some point here. Tesla will be. A lot of these plays are just getting destroyed. Really would be one of those things where you just get in with momentum right now, you know, on some of these tickers. So, you know, you go over like say Tesla, which is moving crazy down to the south side, and go over the contracts on Tesla and see how much those cost. And if there's a good one with a lot of volume here. We do have a lot of volume on the put side here at 415. That's a hell of a lot of volume. And you just jump in for more continuation on down. I mean, you can see the SPY is just getting annihilated right now. So yeah, you just jump in for more continuation down to see if you don't test pre-market lows. But you don't have too much more room to go. Same thing here for SPY. But so it's getting pretty close to being, you know, real chasey at this point. But this is this nice, good continuation play, team. This has just been momentum. Momentum. HTLM now halting up. Okay, HTLM now halting up. Okay, now another random mover here. Let's see here if AEHR gets more continuation on down, and here it starts to come down, team, a little bit more. Spread on it still a little nasty. Spreads on it's a little nasty right here. Let's go over to HTLM. HTLM here. Well, we see some resistance there at 485, so 480 area for HTLM. HTLM 480 area does have two halts up in a row, immediately up into a halt. Does anyone have the resume price? Does anyone have the resume price here? There goes Tesla for some more movement down. Tesla here, some more movement down. SPY there at that line at 491 that we have. HTLM isn't bad there for that possibility for the move to 485 and get a short there possibly. I'm thinking about that, like just a short up top, go small here. We just saw that with the last one there with your other play, QVC, GP. There's no reason for these plays to be up, obviously. Yeah, there's no reason for these plays to be up. They're just getting pumped. So, 480 into natural 5 resistance would be nice there on the weekly, on HTLM, going back to last year. So we'll keep an eye on HTLM there at 480 into 5. Does anyone have the resume price? Boy, SPY now finally looking like to find its low there off 491. Or 691. I was looking at Tesla. Tesla's also bouncing off a line. Oh, don't come straight into a halt down now. Well, gee golly Whitakers. AEHR, like I said, when we were kind of could average in on this somewhere in with the spread, probably could have had around a 34.30-ish or so feel, 34.20s. Now on the way down here, even with that spread, because there's a pretty good size spread there. Even right now, it's gonna be hard to get out. You have to use limit orders to try to get out there. As you can see, AEHR now cracking away. You're not getting a lot out of it, but you're just getting small little pieces of it as it goes down. SPY could go for more. Same here for Tesla team. This place can honestly crash or Rooney. I have 422 next for Tesla, so let's see if SPY goes through 691. Tesla's going to go for a nasty move down as well. Just feel like I've missed a lot of that short on the way down here. I didn't, recracking that 694 confirmation below. That's where I wish I would have looked at this a little heavier, and then I would have traded Tesla, most likely contracts, because these contracts aren't that expensive. I would have done probably the 415 puts. There's a lot of volume there, and they're really cheaply priced. And so that would have been somewhere right around, what mark was that here? At the night, right at the top of the hour. Yeah, so man, that would have been a money move right there at the top of the hour. We're going from, let's see, somewhere right around, right? Yeah, that's what I thought was the confirmation was right there. 431 was the confirmation on Tesla, and we went down all the way down to 423. And so that would have been, we would have been getting in on these contracts at about a $1.50, $1.60 area, and they went up into the low threes, 320s high on those contracts. That's why I like trading those, because it's just, I think of it trading as a small cap ticker. The other one right here would be AEHR. It, again, looks like it's going to have another leg down. The reason I say this, team, is when you come down to an area and you start to do this little number right here and the same doing it again, where you're not really making a big green candle. There's not a lot of volume coming into it as well as far as buying, or you'd push back on up. There's still a lot of selling in this candle. Whoa, that is a lot of volume all of a sudden out of nowhere. Did y'all just see how much volume? 22,000 shares just poured in at 33.50. Is that for real? Gosh darn, no wonder. Look at the volume. These volume candles are very light. I just not realized 13,000 shares traded. 13,000 shares traded, team. These are some light 1 minute candles. So, man, someone just went long. Or that or they covered a short. That or they covered a short. They could have covered 22,000 shares at 33.50. That was crazy. That's what that volume spike was from. 22,000 shares came in at 33.50. And when you see a green one, it either means one of two things. One, someone bought. Two, someone shorted, or I should say covered their short there. That's the one move of the day right there. What I wish I would have got was the Tesla move, team. Tesla and SPY. That was the money banker right there. That bounce off 94, and if I would have paid attention to it, and the way it just completely flushed back on down, when I'm already in a short, I'm like drooling when I see that. And if I'm not in one, I'm going to get the fuck in, because this is going to confirm below, and if it doesn't, gives you a good price, which this does, trade a ticker within that. You know, like now Tesla's just going down for even more. So Tesla here, team. I feel chasey here because the option's not moving as strong as it was earlier, but we are going to new lows. Tesla here, as I talked about. There goes SPY. Tesla now down almost fully to pre-market low. Beautiful move here, team, for the large caps today. Great flush to the back on the backside here. Completely beautiful. Completely beautiful. Well, now it's Tesla. Not that this means anything, but Tesla's literally truly at pre-market low. How much more can these plays go? I mean, even go to SPY here. It's like, boy, how much lower can you go? And this is just every time we get up close to 700. This is just what keeps happening, team. I would not be surprised if we come all the way back down to 670 by Friday. I would not be surprised we're close to somewhere in the 680s, low 680s by Friday. Good moves. And that's the one play that I hate that we missed for the day. The other one that wasn't bad there that it was brought up was CCHH. And soon the trend line crack. Would have loved to know that. And I can't wait for these to come back. These will come back more frequently when the trend line cracks. You get in, we just write it down, and it just dies off. Here's going to be another one of that today. Now, we're seeing two today, which is really pretty. But this is what I was talking about earlier with CCHH. It's trend line. It had a beautiful uptrend channel. It looked like it was cracking it when I said that, and boom, got good candlestick confirmation. Now, it's not a lot of profit, no, but this is what I'm talking about. You come down, then you just die off, and you don't even have to worry about the trade. You're never, ever in the red. It's just immediately a green trade. Absolutely gorgeous to see that. We'll get more of those for sure. Just not happening right now, and oh, man. Freaking Tesla, stop cracking SPY. You're making this worse on me. This is the one I wish we would have taken today. I don't know how many of you guys would have traded this with me. It's very easy to trade these. I mean, you could have just traded shares on TSLL if you wanted to on the way down. Let's just look at that real quickly. How far has that gone down today? Yeah. Talk about the break. TSLL 17 was right where the confirmation was for me, and we've gone down from 17 down to 16.30. So that's good move, 70 cents or so, straight red down. CCHH, just another red candle. Look at this now it's turned into a full double. I mean, for a play like CCHH, trend line crack, now all the way round trip back to literally below open on the day. Boy, oh, bizzle brazzles. T-Web, yeah, for longs. For longs, for sure, brother. For longs, no, ain't happening. Ain't happening today for longs, bro. It don't matter if you're going small or long. I mean, small cap to large cap. It's nothing. Nothing, bro. Nothing. Tesla and SPY and everything else look like they want to go down for more. They look like they want to go down for more. Microsoft as well. I mean, of course, any of these tickers you look up, they're bleeding bad. No volume in the stocks aren't even, yeah. No. Well, I told you it was coming at some, what I'm saying. I've been saying this for a minute. We're going to slow down. We're going to, this is going to have this slowdown. And this is this is finally the full effect of, like I talked about on the TTP stream yesterday. It was kind of bookended. If you think about, it had been hot. Let's just be honest. We were hot and warm in August. I'm almost sit on my hands for a minute. They're freezing this morning. It's like every morning I'm like, Avery's like, You're a vampire in the morning and you turn into a werewolf and you're hot at night. Like as soon when I wake up, I am so. We have to turn the air. I have the air set at 63 at night. Team 63 is what my air set at. I'm a werewolf at night, and then I wake up and turn into a damn vampire. Anyway, go back to September. We were hot before that, and we'd been spiky. Trend line cracks weren't working. It was testing high of day, read blah blah. But September blew up with the QMs and all the other ones, and it kind of slowed down. It's kind of essentially like this, woof, and then we come down here and we lull in October and November, and it was really slow in November if you do remember. And then SMX came right before Thanksgiving, and then woof, we go up again, and then we went all the way up to the top of the roller coaster. In my opinion, set the top. No, December all the way through January, and when we said it that last week of January with BNAI, TCGL, ELPW, and all those other crazy. I mean, it just got bananas for about a week. It was just like, you got to be kidding me. It was insane. The gap ups that we were getting from TCGL it was insane. So I think I knew then we get into the earnings season, so it was just a double whammy in my opinion. SPY continues to die here. I want that fire. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure too. Well, but I love that's why I was doing those lessons. I mean, December into January. I remember about every day. I was saying earlier, almost every day, we had a, hey guys, this is the runner. This is the one. We knew every day we could tell in the opening bell who was gonna have the mob, which one we were looking for bounce plays, and I was calling them out every day. It was just like, well, just wait for that one bounce play. Merlin. Sit down. I'm working, buddy. No. I'm working. I talk every day to myself over here in the corner. Lay down. Come on, buddy. Come on. Merlin, it's not going to lay down. That's not cutting. Get up. I know you're half-assing it. Get up. Come on. Get up. Turn around. Come on. Come here. Sit. There's your bed. I'll put it on. There you go. Lay down. Come on. Thank you. I do feel AEHR is about to give away, team, and give back some more here. So AEHR, watch for this to start giving back some more here. So AEHR does seem like any minute now is doing what it was doing earlier here. So watch for another dollar pullback here for AEHR. Maybe 50 cents at first. It just seems like it's going to stay in this. And now we have some room to run down here. So that's why I would say watch for another good move down. This is the only play I like today is AEHR. And then for some more movement down. It just gets really weird and stuck with this low volume. That's the only thing about it. It's very low volume. Any questions you guys have? Again, no one-on-ones this morning. I don't, I was hoping, of course, this way it sucks. I would love a day where we're just getting a couple of 2 or 3 trades. And the main trade, what sucks is going in to the SPY, Tesla, the large cap plays. I really feel that was the one we easily could have all made money on. I would have again traded Tesla contracts. All I do is I go over to the trade tab on Thinkorswim and go to all products, pull up Tesla, find the one that has the most volume to it. That's usually the lowest spread, cheapest price, and I roll with those. And today it's 420, 417.50. They all have great volume. Anything on the 420, they all have great volume. So it would have been really easy to trade those puts today on the way down for Tesla. Like, let's just go to like the 420 puts. Let's just go look at those and what they did today. I'll even pull those up now. 420 puts have gone from when we had of course we're at high of day when we start cracking, which the crack was at 9 o'clock my time, locally right around 9. We were at 50 cents. 50 cents in these contracts have ran to $2. Two. That's a huge move. That's why I'm like, damn it. That's where I wish I would not. Again, I saw the bounce. I was like, oh, wow, it's bouncing. It should have just stayed right there. Not that I thought we were going to get the reversal, but just in case we do, that's what hurts. And then the candlestick confirmation on all these plays, and I'll go over and put Tesla over here for you guys now because that's ugly. We'll go to a 3-minute candlestick confirmation here. Look where it was at. Same with SPY, right here below the VWAP, right? It's just perfect right there. Absolutely perfect. Perfect right there at the top of the hour. So the candlestick confirmations, would have been the same. Once I see the SPY confirm here, we take this here, we get in at this. Who cares that it whips around real quick? I mean, we're talking dumpage. I probably would have held till here and got out most at 28. Probably would have held like 5 contracts. It depends on, of course, it ran straight in our direction, was what it pretty much did. Then held some for here. Probably would have gotten out. I don't know that I would have held maybe 1 contract for pre-market low, maybe, but regardless, big mover for the day. Looking like we're trying to find that bottom now. Yeah, but I want that fire back too, T-Web. Yeah, I can't help days like today where I have like all morning to go live with you guys, and then you get jack shit. You get nothing. You get poop.
FGL just hanging out there.
Let's go back over to QVCGP. This one's halted up again. So we do have
light to no volume.
Halted up yet again here.
Had a gap between 492, 572. That's many levels stacked together with a gap between 592, 621. Yeah, I like that.
Only one I see hitting the scanners is going to be QVCGP.
It's around like the 660s, up towards again the 681. I'm going to be looking to 690s. I'm kind of going in this region, guys. This kind of...
That hurts on the Tesla trade. That would have been the one trade for me today that I really know I would have taken and liked. That's it, Tesla. Big move on down. That confirmation was freaking so pretty. Any trades, any stocks, anything you guys want to go over? What do you got for me right now? Anything at all? It's J Trade's birthday today. It's J Trade's birthday today. Let's go say happy birthday to him while he's on the live stream. He's live right now too. I just never realized that.
So I'm trying to figure out what they're going to do for the other half of the market. Now, from this point. Are buyers now going to step in now just to try to reverse it? Or we'll see. We'll see. It's going to be crazy to watch, though. It's going to be insane to watch. Let's see. Tesla, we got to get back above 424 for sure. Too bad I can't post. No, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you dare post no pictures, AK. Shout out to AK. Shout out to my guy, man. Shout out to one of the GOATs, man. Let's get some love to AK, man. Boss, appreciate you so much for coming through, man. Appreciate you, man. Thanks so much. I really thought it was going to be a green day. I mean, but you got to think about it.
I love going over to his lobby over on Tradecaster and posting pictures all day, every day of food. I'd say the one trade to take a stab at would be QVCGP here. Now, there is a little bit of a spread on it. You can tell. Oh, no, it's not bad right now. It's actually pretty tight, so that's not as bad. I don't know why it's gotten really tight there, which is really nice to see, which is cool. The 450 area, 4 into 420, 430, somewhere into here would be your bounce opportunity. So I'm going to stick around a little bit longer. I'm not going to give up quite yet. We are starting to U-shape back on around. I'm surprised this didn't have one more leg down, but we have, at the time being, have broken the downtrend. Could see a U-shape here. Like I said, this play is going to, regardless, is in my opinion going to slow down. It's not a big mover day in, day out. It just isn't. That's not what AEHR is. Now, it's had that huge spike at the bell. We'll see that from some mid-cap plays every once in a while. Tesla coming on down for maybe more SPYs. They're all trying to find that bottom. Fat bottom girls, you make the rock and roll go round. Oh, spiked a new high of day. QVCGP. That's not hard to say. QVC is easy. The GP part, get that going. QVCGP. Oh, that's it. That's it. The QVC. I mean, who hasn't seen Great Value Channel? Is it called not Great Quality Value? What's QVC? Isn't that a station? QVC. Yeah, QVC. Yeah. Westchester, Pennsylvania. Quality, value, convenience. Okay, quality, value, convenience. Quality, value, convenience. Now I had to Google that. Like, what does that even stand for? All right, quick questions. Guys, anything you want to go over right now? QVCGP, there's no reason for this to pop up at all. It's just like Tim said, he wants some FIA. Well, here's your FIA, Tim. It's very low volume overall. It's kind of liquid, but it is popping. Spread's not too bad. It pops. It shows up here and there to be about 5 to 10 cents, but it's not too bad, to be honest. My bounce area for me would be back around the 450 mark, although that VWAP is really starting to chase up, and so is this play. I mean, it's a lot of momentum when it comes to QVCGP. That hasn't really run a lot in the past either here, so we don't have a lot of... Look at this beautiful head and shoulders on the daily, though. Look at that. Look how perfect that... Like, how does that form? It's like... this is like identical. That's nuts. It looks like this, like either someone's giving you the middle finger, or that's like a ghost, like a he's wearing a hood. You know, I'm just thinking of like a scary creature, like the Grim Reaper, and he's got his cape on with his hood. You can't even see him. He's so dark you can't even see him. It's just black. He's soulless, no eyes, no nothing. So not bad here for QVCGP. On the charting right here, there's not a lot of resistance. We have a little bit at 675 into 7. Now in the 720 area is going to be next. But a nice good spike there from QVCGP. Bounce area for me, this is going to be the snakeskin Randy area. I guess maybe even the halt up price is going to try to hold. But this will be right here, 530. And the safer area back down here around 550. Halt strategy is working though right now. So right now, your halt strategy is working there, 570. 570 is working out. There's that halt strategy. This is what I'm talking about, the power of the halts, team. You should have seen it in 2020. It worked out like every week. You'd see multiple of these. I'd say every week you'd get one. Essentially, it works out just perfectly. You just got to play them day in, day out. Apple new high of day. That one is actually a nice good rip there back to the top side. It withstood and doing something different than the rest of the crowd today. Is hitting new high of day, almost up 2%. Nice good bull flag squeeze there from Apple too.
But if they crack below 1810 back down this way, that means that they're basically fixing.
This will be 1-2 to look for a short up top. There's just really not a lot on QCVGP, whatever to look at. You know, there's just not a lot there. The one I would like would be the top of this head and shoulders. It's just crazy how perfectly that's formed. That would be good. 875 roll into 9. That if it could get that high. Now your other area that looks real juicy is right around that 720 mark. Right around 720 for QCGVP. The 200-day moving average, that is what it hit. So it did run into that 200-day moving average. QCGVP did. So QCGVP, I was looking up where that was. So the 200-day moving average is right there at 7. So 7 is some strong resistance there for QCGVP if you took that short at 7. Oh boy, we got FGL going again. Oh boy, I saw this one too hitting the scanners a second ago. Okay, I just saw that. I was hitting scanners there. So FGL was halted up. This play did some stupid moves yesterday too as well after a reverse split. So traders just want something to spike. They truly just want something to spike. We are U-shaping back on around, so finding some lows there at 33.50. That's a defined area now, team. So what we're going to do is get rid of the downtrend line. We're not going to come back to that. We can get we're out of this uptrend or downtrend channel, making a new uptrend channel. This is the defined area for a bounce. So 33.50 if we want to take a bounce player. You guys out there looking for a trade that haven't traded today, this is it. 33.50 is the bounce play. I'd like to trade. I would trade that if we get back down to it. It's exactly what I mean, too. Let's go back over to a couple plays here, team. The FGL is real slow and done. Soon, talk about done. Trend line crack, done. Trend line crack, done. CCHH, trend line crack, done. This is what I can't wait for. These are too easy to trade. I say too easy when they start working again. Because you get the candlestick confirmation in a good area, you continue your way back on down to the bottom side, and it's beautiful. And you don't move for the rest of the day. Or if anything, you go down for more. All right, questions you guys have? Anything? Let me know. What do we got? Anything. T-Web, J-Web, Max, Sleepyheads. Anyone from earlier still around? Do you want me to break down a chart for you? Y'all want? Again, the two plays I like would be QCGVP at 450 area for the move back up to 520, 530. AEHR at 3350. Those would be really your two plays to look for a bounce play and what I'd be looking for at this point. If you're looking for a short up top. If QVCGP does come back down to 530 area, even into that VWAP, watch for a short back up at the double top and the 200-day moving average at 7. Maybe. Oh, man. Oh, I can talk. Still one of those oh, man. 3-day weekend coming up. Oh, it's on like Donkey Kong. And it's going to rain Friday night into Saturday here. Oh, man. I'm looking forward to this 3-day weekend coming up, team. And my point being Friday into Saturday. Because there's like no games I have to worry about. Saturday's Valentine's Day, and it's gonna rain, but it's all good. You know, we're gonna chill at home, make some goodies here, stay in the house. It's gonna rain, so point being, when I wake up Saturday, it's just gonna be dark. It's one of those days you want to sleep in anyway. I can't wait. And then get the 3 days to sleep in, so I'll definitely be recharged next week for sure. You know, coming into next week. Friday night, I'm gonna take a little PM medicine, just to get that extra, like, oh yeah, I'm not only I should sleep good, but I want to make sure I sleep good. I'm not sick, but I don't care. I'm taking some NyQuil. Boy, because I don't ever take nighttime med. I don't ever take that stuff unless I'm sick, which is luckily very rare. That right there works for me like a charm. I can't do too much, boy. If I drink too much NyQuil, oh man, it's like a hangover the next day. Whereas like you're still like groggy and you're still sleepy and you're like, I just want to keep sleeping. It isn't bad for this Saturday. You know, that'll be the one, because there's nothing Saturday. The Razorbacks don't play till what time? We kicked that ass last night. Kicked that ass by 30 last night. What did we play on Saturday? Auburn. And we played, that's another night game. Yeah, another night game, which I love the night games. And 91 we scored last night, team. 91-62. We put it to them. We play Auburn, though, at home. 7:30 tip-off. 7:30 tip. Let's go. That's a good sound. Oh, yeah. That's a good. It's going to be really good. It's going to be great. Relaxing. 3-day weekend. And then Monday, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's going to be really pretty here. So it'll be a day I can get out in Voltron and drive around and get a nice good drive in. You have a little fun. Yeah. So, Monday, my day off. 71 degrees out coming up on Monday. Sunny, 71 degrees. Cloud cover, 20%. So mostly sunny, high 71. That makes me want to get the 392 out. You know, the final edition, the one with the ones, you know, where you can take the windows out the back, put the windows down. It's got that Sky Touch. Oh man, Merlin. See if I can find a cool video real quickly while we wait for our plays to come down to us. While we wait for our plays to come down to... This is essentially what my Jeep looks like, the 392. Ours is a final edition. This one isn't a final edition. I don't think. I don't see the badging on it. But it is. They took the badging off. I think it is. They took the badging off of it. Yeah. They just took this... Oh, no, it's not. It's got the red interior, so it's not. It's not the final edition, but still. Do they have the one-touch sky top? They're not going to... Do they have it? They're not going to show it? It's mentioned in the, okay, or not, okay. Here, this is definitely a video of it. I was just hoping you could see it. So here's what it's like on the inside. How cool is that? Okay, we'll take it back, bro. You gonna press the button? That's the final edition. This is a final edition. This is the 392 final edition. I saw the badging on the hood. This Napa leather team is so soft. They've never done Napa leather in a Jeep Wrangler before. Look, it goes all the way back. So then the people in the back seat have a top off. And then the back windows, those back windows come out. So those back windows pop off in like 2 seconds. And then you can roll those windows down. Doors come off. Oh my, it's in heaven. So yeah, there's the badging for the 392. He knows what's up. That bronze stitching in this. I just don't like the red leather. They did that for a couple of years. I'm like, I just don't want. And they only gave you the option for red. There wasn't, and I don't know why they didn't do an option for Napa or like a brown leather. I think I color then now. I think that's in color 2 Napa, isn't it? But I know this is I'm pretty sure it's called Napa. Yeah, final edition Napa leather seats. Yeah. So anywho, but that makes life heaven. Absolutely heaven when you have that, for sure. And here's what it looks like up top, which is really cool. So there's like you can see what it looks like up top. Looks cool. You can't even tell it's there. You can hardly even tell it's there. Yeah, it's really nice though. It's nice to have when it's 75, 80 degrees out. Whew. Whew. Perfect. Oh, don't go for more. Halt strategy still holding here, team. I know we had a little sweep down a little bit lower. Halt strategy still holding. This is where you don't go for the double top. You only go for the double top if, again, you crack back down here. You take the bounce into the double top would be the goal there. It is going to still try to hold up a little bit of resistance. 200-day moving average there at 7. Wow, big move back on down. Wow. What a big reversal off that 7 area, team. Beautiful reversal back off 7. Definitely have to take some profit ASAP. There's a little bit of a spread with the 30-second rule. I think maybe getting close to right about now, you can start to take some profit because you got to be in a trade for 30 seconds on TTP. Hopefully, eventually, we'll get rid of that or make it like a 10-second trades. A little bit lighter would be nice. Moving here. There's really just nothing else moving. We're at the ticker. It's this new random runner and QVCGP. 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 And see, there's what I was talking about where, you probably could have gotten some profit there on that reversal back on down, but you got to be in a trade for 30 seconds, so that hurts that. And again, that's why those double tops, you have to be a little bit careful there and take profit right away if you don't really come down a lot further. You crack below the VWAP. I know Tim T-Web and Chat's been kind of tracking those, and those generally work out much better on the double top. A little worried now that we may not see 450. I was hoping we'd get the sell-off back down here into the top of the hour now, and get the bounce play. Opposite move that we got here is what I was wanting. This to crack back on down. You have a lot of shorts here stuck, and so shorts are getting squeezed at this point. This play could really start to go more and have another leg up. If it has another leg up, depends on how high we go, but we can see clear cut on back off the 200-day moving average, and 7 would be a good bounce. Or if we don't go up too much higher, then we know this halts up price at 575 and to 535 would be your dip opportunity if we do go a little higher. A lot higher, 7. A little higher, that 550 area. Nah, this shop a good buy at this price. Let's go to shop. Man, CCHH, please just died today. Oh, earnings this morning and then just getting obliterated. Let's go to the hourly here. Let's back her on out. I would go a little bit lower, but yes, we are getting there. I would say 110 area, possibly down to 107.50. This would be your add-in price there, Poonie. That's where I would be going to, bro. That's where I would be going to for the dip buy. Risk 100 possibly with a potential move back up to 135, 140 as your target, something like that. Potentially, but it looks like it's about to give back some more here. This has some room to run to shop. Man, I may want to put shop on the morning alerts. That's huge. ASTI, watch shop over here. Hey, it's moving. It was a great bounce play yesterday. I just didn't get filled on the trade the pool stream. God, that was a beautiful bounce play times 2. Don't have anything built up like yesterday. Yesterday's chart was a lot cleaner. It'd be actually 815. I mean, watch for a bounce off this 815 area. We were first there earlier right here. This is a lot of resistance from yesterday. So that's what I would be looking at right here off this 815 area for a bounce play potentially. It already bounced here at 825, so that's, it's kind of giving you a little indication this is the line that I have in, you know, for past chart history. Now it's running a new high of day. So 825 to 815 would be your dip opportunity for ASTI, at least for right now. Whoa, meta rip, meta rip, meta rip. Look at the meta rip. Wow, meta rip out of nowhere. Was there news on meta? Not that I see. This one's ripping, though. God, what a rip out of nowhere. Right at a little over 50 after, then we have a huge rip. Apple new high of day. Again, these plays are popping back on up. Pretty nice. That was just a big, big move. There goes Q. So right now the bounce play is going to be right around 580 to 550. 580 to 550 area for QVCGP. QVCGP 580 area. 550 area. You got it, Myron. Well, AEHR's definitely slowed down here. It might get that pop back over 35 for the move back up to 35.75 to 35.90, 36 area. I do like to bounce back down here. This perfect little U shape that was formed in the cup at the bottom of the bowl, right around 33.50, 33.40. QVCGP bounce play is back here right around the VWAP. Meta with the Metatorial rip. I mean, that thing is a, God bless, $10 move now. In less than 6 minutes, team. That is absolutely bonkers. Really in about 4 minutes here. Let's just go back to the minute time frame. Yeah, well, we'll call it 3 to 4 minutes. 3, 4, 5 minutes at most. That is huge. Resistance up top, Myron, for ASTI, just so you're listening, boss, right around 885. I have a line in past chart history resistance at 885 for ASTI back in 2024. So ASTI from back in, literally, the line is in from when we looked at it back in 2024, my man. It's the bottom, bottom floor at 880. 880 area for ASTI. So ASTI here, team, really in a strong resistance area here at 880. It's an old floor from back in 2024. It bounced on it from April all the way through July, and it cracked it late July, and then it held it as resistance as it cracked away through August. So ASTI here, right here at this 885 mark, if you are looking for a short up top, looking for a reversal off of this, back down to 850 to 840 area, somewhere in there. And then we talked about QVCGP at that 875 mark into 9. We can see this right back on here, right there on QVCGP. We can see this right there, back from that little head and shoulders that was formed, essentially. So 2 shorts up top incoming. QVCGP at 875 into 9. And right now, ASTI, has the old floor. It's older, so I don't know how many people would see that. If they see it, it's very strong resistance. Should easily see a reversal, but it's so far back, I don't know how many would actually be seeing it. There's that little pop over 35 to 35.50 area. Definitely little inverse head and shoulder starting to form right there. Right on the dot now. Let's see, ASTI hit my line now, finally on the dot. Margo, lay down. Margo, lay down. Roo, you have to get up. Roo, share with her. Roo, get up. Roo, get up. Roo, get up. Roo, get up. There you go, Margo. There you go. Good girls. I see you. Lay down, Margo. I see you. I know. Lay down. Lay down. Margo, please lay down. Nothing's going on, honey. Lay down. You want to come in here. Well, you want to come in here, Goob. Still like the bounce play for QVCGP. Back at the VWAP area. So let's see if we get a sell-off back down to the VWAP somewhere right around 550. Yep. T-Web. Yep. Snakeskin Randy, go if you want to do 7 at Snakeskin Randy. In my opinion, I would have said if it moved to 875.9, I would have went for the short and then made it back down to 7 and then look for a bounce play. I would be careful with the 7 bounce and go right in this area for the dip buy, right through here. Yeah, you're all over it, brother. AEHL with more legs than I thought she'd have today, to be honest. I mean, AEHL with better legs and longer legs than I thought she'd have. She's moving pretty good still. Oh, don't bounce off of this top area right here. Come down to the bottom area. Oh, or the middle-ish kind of area anyway. I could see it trying to hang up here, which is fine if it does and moves back above 7. I still like the 550-ish area, so. And the fact that ASTI is still so bullish, you can look for a bounce play on ASTI as well. Seeing that QVCGP is easy to borrow on Webull. That's also going to help this thing short squeeze when you have it easy to borrow on brokers like Webull, because then you have guys out there just getting destroyed. Left and right. And yes, never mind. Yeah, it's like you're in my brain today, brother. Oh, yeah, I still feel that. Oh, man. Kind of the body feels, like one of those days, which I love that when you can and have the time to sleep. Your body feels those days like, oh man, it reminds me like when I fly early, when I have to get up real early and it's like now about 10 or like right now, which today is not one of those days. I'm just didn't, needed more sleep essentially. My body still needs more charging. But it's those mornings you get up early for a flight. Now it's about 10 or 11 and you're like, your body's starting to feel it. Not only your head, you're just kind of doing one of those where your body even feels like even through your legs, you're kind of like, oh my God, my body even feels the whole, you're like, oh, I'm tired. 100%. Little inverse head and shoulders here, team. On the way back on down, we have 35 support, 34.30, 34.40 area, and then right around 33.50. Right around every 50 cents a lot of the time. Sometimes, you know, you'll skip a dollar, like 35 to 36 here, which is nice to see. You have 50 cent and then dollar intervals. QVCGP again back down here at around the 550 area. Let's see if we get filled here. I'd like it to be a pullback here soon, because what will happen is the volume will die out and then it gets a little sketchier to take that trade. You know, you'd want it to happen while people are still here looking at it. All right, so we are waiting here on QVCGP. Let's see if we get filled here. I'm gonna give it till about 15 after, and then I'm gonna take a break. I do have a one-on-one at 1 p.m. Eastern, so at 1 Eastern, I have a few one-on-ones today. Sorry, Hugh, I have this. Need the break anyway. Not gonna take a nap, but just to be like, stop talking. Gotta keep yawning. Maybe go eat some sugar. Come on down. Let's see if we get filled here. $5.70. What is that price? I hear you, sugar. Now the dogs are getting up. Come on down here. Let's see if we get filled here. Other than that, I'm going to call it a day after this QVCGP if we get filled here. I got some light orders up at the 570, 577 mark, 570 where we halted up at. And then I've got bigger orders down at around the 550 mark down into around 537. So I got some fillers up top in case it only goes to the top area, like right through here. And then I've got more down like at that lower shadow into this. Oh, whoa, here we go. All right, so slowly starting to get filled here, team. Slowly getting filled here on QVCGP. So slowly getting filled there out of nowhere. That's awesome. All right, so QVCGP, I am filled here, team. 550 cost basis, 550 cost basis here. Nice, good move back on up. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I'm going to start selling some of these shares here because I heard my wife up here, so I'm going to get out of this a little bit. Nice, good spike here. Or bounce play right off that area. We get back above the VWAP. We're looking really good. 552 is the cost basis there. 552 is the cost basis. Now in 1,000 shares. In 1,000 shares. I don't know if anyone took the bounce play with me here. Stop loss for me is going to be my entry price. Now you got to stay on her. She was goofy at first. I'll be out in a second. All right, down to 800 shares. Team just sold a little bit more. There we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's fucking go. Loving this. Sell 100 more there. And down to 700 shares. Let's go. I'm going to sell 100 more right there. Let's go. I told you, just sit back and wait. Just sit back and wait. Selling on every new high I see. Down to 500 shares here. Come on. Come on, pop back up to 650 so I can take a little more. Give me one more pop up. I'm down to 500 shares here. 552 cost basis here. 552 cost basis. It's looking a little weak right here, so I'm going to, just in case this is the top in the run, I just sold 100 more down to 400 shares. If it cracks back below 6, I'm going to sell 100 more here. Again, that was a good, nice little bounce for us so far. I'm actually going to sell 100 more right now while I'm above 6, and I just did. I just did. I've got 300 shares left. 552 cost basis. I'm going to hold as long as we hold the VWAP. If we hold the VWAP, I'll keep it. If we don't, I'm out of it. Wish I would have had a little bit lower entry price, but this is why I said I got filled all 2,500 shares. All 2,500 shares I got filled there, team. Margo, hold on. I'll let you out in a minute. Daddy's working. If I see 570s, I'm cutting it. Okay? If I see 570s, I'm cutting it. Merlin, guys, give me a little break here. ASTI new high of day. ASTI new high of day. I'm holding this as long as we hold the VWAP. And, of course, if I see 570s, I'm cutting it. Merlin, stop, guys. Don't even look at my trade the pools charts. I'm just literally staring at Thinkorswim over here. I have my mouse on the sell trigger right now. So this is what I do. See, I have it right here. This is what I have set up. So boom and boom. And so I just sit here and wait. All right? This is all I'm doing. Staring at the chart and then the price action. I don't like it. I'm going to get rid of 150 while I still got some good profit there. May crack through 570s real fast. Yeah, I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Took it. Boom. Done. Bounce play. Wasn't as long. Almost was perfect. If we would have had this candle go through this 650 mark right there, if this candle gets through 650 through here, we see 7. We see $1 plus bounce play. I'll still take it on the day. On is a day there. So we'll go to trade the pool. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Hopefully you guys got some profit there with me. Sit back, take one trade, make 800 bucks. Still holding that area, which is fine for now, and it might go up for more. I'm not worried about it. And if it does go up for more, it's all good. You know, it's looking a little heavy, though, at that point. But there we go. Beautiful. Whoopee. Yeah, you got it, Myron. T-Web, did you get out of that play, too? Mostly, at least, hopefully, if mostly everything, if not all of it. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Should have held some bigger shares for the move back up through 6, to be honest. Should have held some of these shares a little bit more. It's all good. You know, I need to stop doing that when we start spiking back up. I was just worried we're going to go to the halt up price is my point and fail. So the reason I did sell here 1,000 shares at 1,500 really shares at this price. I thought we were going to get back into this and fail, to be honest. It's all good, though. I'll take it. Absolutely, for sure. Make this a little tighter. I see you, baby. I'm about to come out there. I've waited all morning to get a trade in, and I finally got a trade in. Hi, Domino. I know. Isn't this just awesome? We finally got a trade in. The freaking ha. Hey, gorgeous. Hey, gorgeous. Hey, gorgeous. My girls got to come in and say hi to Dad. They're like, Dad, what are you doing? Ah, whoopsies. Yeah, they're in here giving me love. Girls, chill. All right, cool. Taking the break. There we go. Waited 2 hours for this, team. Oh, man. Sweet. Mommy. Hey, handsome. All right, Myron, good call. Yes, great call, bro. Appreciate it, Myron. Glad you got it. T-Web. Where's Max at? Daza good. Did anyone else get it? All right, Aussie Chick, if you're around, any of the guys out there, I know Aussie, you've been trying to practice the bounce plays with us, putting limit orders in. Max, I don't know if you're still around from earlier. King Lion from earlier, and they took a break. You are like, oh, it's just too slow. Shop got more pullback, as I talked about. I was going to say, watch for Shop to come back down for more, and sure enough, Shop, look at that, down for another bear flag crack. So this is down another $2 or $3 from the call from earlier. Boom. Well, that's what patience is all about. T-Web, there you go. Myron. Maya. Yakacha. I was like, come on. Well, when that sweep down, I was like, I'm filled. I think I'm fully filled. It happened so quick. God, was that money. What happened? Oh, his diaper on. Margot. And literally hit all my orders. You know, hit all the orders there. Even the 537 one, which I had. So that's awesome. Good feels there. I had a feeling I should have maybe moved those my top orders a little bit lower, but oh well, it is what it is. I should have had a little bit lower entry, but still gorgeous. You know, got filled up. Average 550, lowest 537. My best exit was 621 as we kind of hit a new high of day. So you know, still got about top to bottom there, about 70-80 cents, which is pretty nice. Yep, T-Web. Yep, we got it. It was pretty good. Good. Yeah, it was definitely found the area, waited for it, and it's still trying to hold this area right through here, and then maybe back down at 450 if you want to go small. I mean, you could test that area. Same here at 33.50 for AEHR. Those 50-cent areas like to hold up really well. All right, cool, team. Taking the break. I'll be back here. I'll take a break for about an hour or so. It's slower anyway, but I'll take a break for about an hour. I do have the one-on-one at the top of the next hour. So at 1 p.m. Eastern, 1 Eastern, I have my next one-on-one, or the one-on-one. I say my next. I haven't had one yet today. That'll be my first one of the day. See you guys back here in just a bit. I'll put some jams on. Rewind the stream if you need to, and why I thought my process here, which we can pretty much see a hold halt up area. A lot of bounces there. Then this bottom area, we can throw a couple of orders down low if we really needed to give you a good low entry. The reason why we went here, not at 7, like I said, we didn't really move up past 7 that much. If you look at most pullbacks for the day, the pullback here was from 440 back down to around 320. That's a $1.20 pullback. So that's really close to here. But to me, it was, this was, to me, trappy earlier. This isn't really setting up a chart or even for a bounce play. It's just kind of like trapping shorts, really, and squeezes a lot of them out. Will you stop? So what happens here? We finally halt up. Does it work afterward? Well, we gap down, we come up, and we start bouncing on it. So now we have a clear defined 570 support into the bottom at 535, 530 area, and we literally get that wick to it and then back up. Does it hold as long as we wanted to? No, but it does. It's a well-defined area. And then again, why not 7? It's just too fast to move up and back down. If we did want to take 7, what do I always talk about? We want to hold up for a couple of candles, 2, 3, 4 candles, even in a 3-minute time frame, then get that pullback, not go up and straight back down. And still to this backside move, it was great. It was straight up for us, but it's not lasting that long. So it's like, oh well. Taking the break, team. I'll throw some jams on. Great morning, sitting back and having patience there. I can't believe Kevin Avery is still going live at this point right now. That's crazy, the fact that he's still going live. We do have NCI. Okay, cool. So we have another runner here, NCI. So we'll put, what we're going to do here is put AEHR right here, and then we'll put NCI right here. NCI bounce play, 140 and at 160. 160 a little bit more risky. There's not a lot built up there, but you can see the soak zone, demand, VWAP. Here, built in. Chart shows you resistance fail. That's where you're going for the bounce. Now going back to past chart history, what do we see? Now, a lot of resistance coming up is what I see. Boom. I mean, you can extend those, but we'll go back to the left. To the left. Everything to the left. Extend those things to the left. I mean, lots going up to the 2s here. So, and makes about sense. Right around 2 to 210. Then we got some about 250. We could even see some, there's a lot of resistance to the 2s, though. The strong one at 3, you can see here at 3, really strong. That double top right there. So there's some resistance lines on the way up for NCI. I'll put this in a 1-minute time frame, being that it really just started moving up here more recently in market versus pre-market into market. What you girls doing? What are we doing? Living the life. Living the absolute life is what they're doing. All right, any last questions before I head out for the day? Any last questions before I head out for the day? I'm going to go ahead and put some jams on for you. T-Web, I guess you and Myron may have been the only ones. I don't know if Daza stuck around. Maybe not. Daza and Max, I hate that if not. It had to stick around a little bit longer. That's why I was giving it just a little bit more time. And then we finally got the pullback we were looking for in the bounce play. Orders there for QVCGP. Boom shakalaka. There's a resistance line from past chart history to see if we run up to the rest of them. For today, a little bit at 160, more so where we halted up at and failed at 140 into this 145 area. There's a patience. Yes, exactly, T-Web. Don't you just love that, how that works out? All right, team, we'll be back here in just a bit. What's up? Back on the mic real quick. How you doing? Got the one-on-one coming up here in just a minute. You want to see a chart that's all over the place? AHR, by the way. I want to show you this chart. Nice find. Found the lows early today. You know, SPY. A lot of these large cap plays found their bottom and just kind of chopped around. Check this guy out, though. No. That's a pretty good dump today. Check this chart out. Up, down, up, down, up, down. I mean, look at that chart. That's some wicked action on Meta today. That is some manipulation, stipulation. I mean, my gosh, what in the world? Volume has died out over here on QVCGP, but it's nice. It was a nice play today. I'm glad we got to trade it and have a little fun with that. AHR called the bounce play for you guys. Where to bounce play? 2 different ones, by the way. Came down here on NCI, perfect bounce off the alerted area where I said was safe, the 140. Let's see if I keep going in a little too far there. This area where we halted up at 135 to 145. Somewhere in there would see the bounce. When it was clearly defined here, now you know that's the bounce area. So you have multiple there across the board till finally we die off, and now she's a fader. And then, of course, coming down here to AHR. So we had multiple bounces on the line here. Didn't quite come down to 140, so some people may have not got. I get the whole, you wouldn't have been filled. But here was easily you would have been filled at 33.50 and a move back up, not only to 34 to begin with, but it comes down, retest for another move up to 34.20 area. Still not getting a dollar bounce play today, unfortunately, from these plays. The best bounce, and I said let's wait for AEHR to settle, and there will be a bounce. You know, like SPY, essentially a lot of these plays when they have sell-offs, there'll be a return, and we come right down to finally 33.50-ish area, and that becomes the best bounce play of the day, and since then, nothing much. You know, like you find this area right here, old resistance, new support at 440, that ends up almost being a dollar bounce. Of course, our area earlier was really close to a dollar bounce, really quick, snappy, decent there. And we just saw that today. If you watched and, you know, you traded with us and just what we've noticed over the past couple of days, it's just a little less on the bounce side of things when it comes to the small caps. We haven't gotten as many of those big bounce plays that we're accustomed and used to. I have a one-on-one coming up here at the top of the hour. I was just jumping back on the mic real quickly for you guys to see if you had any questions. I'll answer them real quickly. Making some shepherd's pie. That's the decision from Avery for Valentine's Day. I don't know what dessert we're going to do. We have to figure that out yet. Valentine's Day meal, shepherd's pie. She's been wanting to make it for a while. So I'll be doing the mashed potatoes. And then she'll be doing the rest of the work. But shepherd's pie, that's the Valentine's Day dish for Saturday. And it makes so much. We'll have it into Sunday, I'm sure. But we're just out there talking about that, what we're going to do for Valentine's Day. Need to ask what she's going to do for... She's the dessert girl. She loves making desserts anyway, too. All right, guys. I'll be back here. I have a one-on-one after. I have an hour off. I have one-on-ones or whatever this afternoon, so I'll be around and jump on the mic when I can. After this is done, if there's anything to alert here, I will alert it on the live stream. There really hasn't been much to go over. Of course, I've been popping in here and saying, hey, you know, bounce plays, let's see if they work. This one, you know, we know what to look for. QVCGP is not really moving too much. The volume's super dead. I wouldn't trade it, honestly, unless it got going again a little bit more. SPY does look like it's, or that's Meta, gee golly almighty. Of course, I know SPY's getting a little bit of a pullback too, I'm seeing here, but Meta maybe going to new low of day, like holy moly's here. Meta is just on a roller coaster today, team. Dude, it's roller coaster time for Meta. And a lot of this, just small cap, like 1, 2, 3, 4. The only one really moving today was NCIA and QVCGP. So those are the only ones. That's your only small cap plays we've looked at that have actually held and done anything. Everything else for the small cap sector has just been... ASTI wasn't bad. Oh, where is my boy? Where is Myron in chat? I called this out. Look at the bounce play at 8:30. I called this out for about... I don't think it came quite back down to my ear, but it was close. Nice bounce play. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful there. So that was pretty good on ASTI. That one was pretty good too there on ASTI. All right, I'll be back here in just a bit, team. If you have any questions, throw them in the chat. I'm sure you guys are fine, though. Watch for the crack. I will say that. Here's one thing to be watching for. ASTI or crack of support line 830 area for short, and AEHR same line for red line crack 3350. All right, back in a bit, fam.
This is so good.
What's up? Back on the mic here. I'm going to do a lesson on Trade the Pool. So I'll do this real quickly here, but I'll deactivate it because I'm going to open up another OBS. Put this on. I may have to do it their hat. I don't know if they'll do the NFL slide. All right, here we go. About to do a lesson, though. Deactivate this. Open up another OBS here. Dogs and dogs and dogs. There we go. All right, so doing a lesson here. You guys can listen in. I'll go back over and, break this down with you guys as well. Go to... Yeah, there we go. Boom. Bam. Settings. Going over to the settings. Video. We need this 1080 by 1920. We also want that there. And then... Okay. Boom. Make me bigger. Make me bigger. I'm a thin little fool. All right, sweet. That'll work right there. And then I want to display capture primary monitor. Or actually, let's do this monitor in front of me so I can kind of look at it while I talk to it. Where's my trade the pull chart at? There it is. Boom. 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 Move it up right there. Now pull up OBS. Okay. Here. Aha. Now I'm working it. Now I'm working it. Now we're working it. Trying to get this edited right so when they go back and look at it. That'll be perfect right there. What areas watch? Oh, that's right. Weird show. The Burbs, the new TV series, The Burbs. That's right. All right, cool. We'll go right there. Right there. Merlin, go lay down. Merlin, lay down. Merlin, lay down, buddy. Lay down, bub. All right. Here. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Right here. Right there would be good. Yeah, they can then zoom in for me if need be, or whatever it might, the case might be. Okay, here we go. All right. Boom. All right, check, 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 check. Mic 1, 2. Let's go with... Trying to think how to word this. I got it. How to label this right here. All right, 3, 2. All right, Josh Smith here, AK47, back with Trade the Pool and another lesson here. This one's great. We have a plan, right? We always want to have a predetermined plan with targets and stop losses. Well, sometimes those plans just don't go perfectly according to the plan, right? And so this is when you think you have a great sought out bounce play, and myself, which I love bounce plays, on the play above me. So I find this demand zone right here, right? So you can see all of this sweep down. When I see that sweep down and we continue with the lower shadows and a lot of wicks right here, that's letting me know traders are soaking up buy. They're buying, buying, buying for the next move up. And so if I miss that run, I know I can come back into the same spot later and surround it with orders. You can see here my green arrows of where I'm getting filled at. Well, we start spiking up immediately. I love it. Immediately soaks down, kind of like we do earlier. We're coming right back on up, and I'm going, yeah, let's start taking profit. You can see there's a lot of arrows right here. Why? There's a wick there, and we're running right back into this former resistance area from earlier. Now, that was a profit-taking area, but I ended up having to take more and more in that area because the predetermined resistance that I had became stronger than I anticipated. Now, I wanted to move back up to this area. It didn't quite get there and pan out. But this area has become very key, as you can even see later in the morning, right after I get out of my trade. Same sort of thing these traders would have to worry about, where I'm sure they want to get back up. This former support area where I was getting filled at is now what resistance. So these trades may not work as planned, and so sometimes you have to notice that the selling pressure is coming in. In my case, you can see here, there's huge, huge, huge pressure down below. A lot of resistance right there coming back in. And then even if I make this smaller so you actually can see this here, let me zoom in because this is going to be key. This is key right here. The volume. Look how the volume really starts to pour in the resistance right here. Look how heavy we start to get with the resistance. Those are the biggest, I say resistance, but the selling volume. Those are the biggest selling volume candles of the day coming in. It's letting me know that people are taking profit, or maybe even coming in on the short side. And so I need to learn, traders need to learn early on when maybe a predetermined trade that looks good, works out, but doesn't work out to its full expansion that you thought it would. So you always have to adapt and adjust when you're in a trade. All right, sweet. So I'll show you that, guys, too, as well, what I was going over with my trade from earlier. Oh, we'll do one more with these guys. We'll do one more right here, actually. Hold on a sec. Let me do one more. Three, two. Josh Smith here, AK-47, back with Trade the Pool in another lesson. One of the biggest things I've learned in my stock trading journey, and I probably use maybe more day in, day out than anything that I learned early on, was how old support becomes new resistance, or old resistance becomes new support, and they flip-flop back and forth with one another. I call those sandwiches, right? Slide the bun in for the bottom half, that's support, or I should say that's resistance, resistance, resistance. We go above it, come back down, and we bounce on it. Support, support, support. There's your top bun. Or sometimes we start with, the opposite. Maybe we're coming down and we form support, 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 your top bun. And when we crack it and come back up, it's resistance, and that's your bottom bun. And that's your sandwich area. Great case right here on the chart above me, right? So we come down and find a great support area right through here. You can see my blue line of support. And look how we work through the day. And that line now becomes resistance above me. Is that not a beautiful thing to see? And there's your sandwich, right? And so I always call that a bounce waiting to happen, or a fail waiting to happen. It's a pivot point. These are key pivot points in stock trading, where you see it in small caps or you see it in large caps. This is huge, huge, huge. So find these areas, these pivot points, these sandwiches, so to speak, in your stock trading profile. All right, that's good. That's good. Quick little shorts. I'll do actually a longer version of that one. Do a little bit longer. Let's do a little bit longer. Boom. Full screen this. Three, two. Josh Smith here, AK-47, back with Trade the Pool in another lesson. Key one right here. One of the things I probably use more so day in, day out. One of the first things I learned in stock trading as well. And I probably talk about this day in, day out, and use day in, day out, and I'm looking for. I call them sandwiches, pivot points. Old resistance becoming new support. Old support becoming new resistance. You can find bounce plays. You can find reversals. You can find breakouts. You can find cracks. You can find so many good trades through them. Prime example above me on this beautiful chart where we find support right in my blue line. We can see it's clear cut. Beautiful bounce there from it. More bounces right here from it. Then you can get what? When it finally cracks, you get a good short. Then you can get another good short when you come up and retest it. Then another good short when it comes up and retest it right here. And so you can see how we flip-flop and forth through that pivot point, through this essentially sandwich for the whole entire day. It's beautiful. So find these in your trading, in your charts, right? I love when you find these areas, because now you can go back through, leave this line in here of support and resistance, knowing that as you trade this, if you want to continue to trade this chart, it's going to find beautiful areas. So once again, imagine when we break out of it finally, then we're going to confirm and go up again like we did here. Then we can watch for bounce plays back on top of it. Maybe we crack and go down. And guess what? Good shorts will come after that, because you get the first initial short, and then you can look for reversals back off of it. Find these sandwiches. I use them and look for them day in, day out. Usually, for the most part, for bounce plays. But if they test long enough, then for shorts. You can use these on either side, going long or short. These are a go-to, a must-have for your stock trading journey. Well, that was a killer one right there. See, I went a little more in depth. They're going to like that one. They're going to say, oh, AK, that was just beautiful. That was just money. You sounded like butter. All right, let's go to get out of this. Come back here. Activate. Hey. All right, we're going to go through this with you guys real quickly. And all it is going over to GVCP. GVC mother P. So I go in here, right? And boom, shakalaka, bam to bam. Now, the first thing I was talking about was the volume profile. So when we get our bounce play earlier like we did here, beautiful. I can't believe I was filled finally full 2,500 shares. I was like, yay, I'm fully, I can't believe I was filled. Because remember, I was about to get off the mic. I'm like, guys, I'm about to go hang out with Avery. I'll get to about 15 after. Comes down, I get filled all my shares, which again, here we go with this. So you can see it. Why am I not grabbing? Anyway. Yeah, Atra's dead. So here are my fills down here below me. Make sure you can see that on your screen, but sure, whatever. They're a little bit bigger now, so boom. I don't know how to make them. I wish we could. There's no way to make them bigger. Yeah. Is there a way to make these bigger? I should go through. Is there like a way to make the... But you can see my orders down there. Anywho. But, so we're filled here. When we come up and, first off, it's green, right? So it's looking good. It's green. So I'm happy at first. I'm loving life. Even the high on this candle was 628. My best exit was 621. So not bad. I'm loving it. I'm scaling out as we're going up. And the one thing I'm trying to hold was 1,000 shares there, if you remember, for this continuation up. I was like, okay, I took most of my profit. Boy, if this gets 1,000 shares and we get up to here, 1,000 shares from 6 or 550 entry, essentially it was. That's a banger. Then I'm going to be out another 500 or so. I thought we were going to get the explosion up, right? So anywho, didn't get it. But what do we see? Huge volume, and continuation of big selling. More so than even again, right? So it's like with the candle we get in, even though we got a dip, and this was actually green for a moment. So at first we look good, but you got to imagine almost selling's going in here. Now this candle's not that big, but it's just the continuation of it staying red. It's hard to notice that as it's happening, but it's huge to notice that you're running into resistance from earlier. We haven't had a play hold and run, have we? I don't think that QVCGP had any news. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. And you have to notice those things and remember those things as you're in a trade. This isn't we talked about it earlier. We haven't had that barn burner mover of a play that's held up like we talked about there for, imagine how many plays we had in pre-market for so long. Let's see here. What do we have? Nath. What's up, AK? Still haven't passed my evaluation. What's up, James? Let's see, I think I'm not staying in the trades long enough. I'm at 20. Okay, gotcha. Also, win some. What's our age? White. Some are in red. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, win some trades we had. White. Well, James, is there one thing you've thought about doing? You're here on the live stream. How about you do some one-on-ones? Let me help you. That's the only next step it would be, if it would be doing one-on-ones with me or something like that, where you really take a training course, come to the AKNR, learn from me in person. Those things just help out really more so. I would say it's the next level for most traders is doing something like that. I'd, try every day here to show you how to just stay patient, wait for a trade to come to you. Not today's trade was that great, but it worked out. Now, I'm pretty sure most traders that took it were green. It just didn't last long, but it was long enough for us. And then it's going through those trades. You got to figure out what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong. You got to track, you got to journal. That's why I love doing those one-on-ones, because really there's no one else that does that, really dives into what you're doing right and wrong. I mean, just like the last one-on-one I was in when I was kind of going over stuff with him, like, let's look, and it becomes noticeable. And then it comes up to you to do it or not, if you're going to continue to trade that way. Costco, CSCO, or that's Cisco. I was close. I don't even know these tickers. I was like, I don't really know all the tickers. I'm close some of the time. Are you looking for a day trade? Earnings thoughts. Okay, let's just give you levels. You know me. I'm just a levels kind of guy. So pretty, it's not the same thing. It's pretty good down. Hold. That was a skyrocketer. So 6, it seems like max, something like that. Okay. So on the way up, watch for a move over 88.20. Over 88.20. Over 88.20, watch for a pop up to 93.50 to 95, 93.50 to 95, and I would say back below 84 here. I'm going to go with 84, back below 84-ish area, somewhere right here, back below 84. Watch for move down to 81. I bet we hit 79, though, to 78, somewhere in this area. So I'll say minimum under 84 to 81, with a most likely coming to this area. And on the way up over 88, watch for that move to 92.50, 93.50. Got it, Nath? Mr. Nath. Those would be my levels on I almost said Costco against Cisco. Oh, man. Let's see, Jane plus on. Nice, that's not bad. I mean, if you're up still, 3,300, dude, it's slow and steady. I mean, it's just the key at first, man. I know every trader just wants to trade. They do. It's like you get this passion for it. You get the energy and the adrenaline rolling. I get it. I've been there. I did that, but I just realized that if I could just sit back and settle and wait for, like, today's a prime example on QVCGP. I mean, just waiting for this bounce play and how right I was. Now, again, does it last long? No, but it's almost 90 cents for my lowest entry. My lowest entry was, which I had it at, was 537. That's beautiful. 537. I wish I'd had more, and I should have put maybe more down at that area and had a lower. Had a 552, I think, average entry price. I just didn't know if we were going to come up here to the 70s and get hung up. So I had some at the 70s, had some at the 50s, and had some at the 30s. So I'd have a 550 average essentially in the end. Not bad, got 70 cents out of it. 550 average back up to 620, 70 cents, not bad, especially as fast as it happened. It just didn't last long. Longer, which we've had those back in December into January. Shit, these bounce plays I was thinking they were back up to halting up, or going to new high of day, or at least back up to highs, but it's all good. Anywho, so it's slow and steady. Wait for your plays to come to you. Find what you're good. That's where you're supposed to journal and track and go over stuff, and that's what I'm heavy in on. I'm... Fred, are you still around? Fred, are you listening right now? Where's Fred at? I want to know if Fred's still here. I don't know if Fred's still around. I want to see if Fred's still around. Let's see. I don't know.
All right, what y'all want me to do first?
All right, Fred. Yeah, here we go. This is for Fred. Here we go.
What?
Now do a silly clown dance for us.
Oh. Yeah, degrade myself, huh? I don't think so. Homie, don't play that.
So there's like, I don't want to play too long, and next thing you know, I'm going to get banned or something, or flag on my account. But yeah, that was the good stuff back in the day. And that's what I was saying to Fed a little bit ago, and of course, James, to you, like, I want to be like, homie, don't play that, like, don't do that. I'm like, come on, you should know better. So early, it's just slow and steady. You got to track, you got to journal. I want to do that stuff to you, and that's why I like doing the one-on-ones. I'm like, guys, come on, stop. Like, look, you got to make it easier on yourself. And so traders at first just make it a lot. I promise you that we all complicate the process, and that's why I've simplified the process, and especially that's what I try to do as being a teacher, and I can well-rounded from large cap to small cap, going long, going short, you name it, I can do it all. And that's where I get everyone going. Like I said, from traders, like a lot of different traders. I essentially, like we'd always say about Tradecaster and Deck, he was kind of one that would drop you off at like middle school. And he's like, all right, kindergartners, got my fresh set of kindergartners coming in. There you go, 5th graders, 6th graders, go have fun at middle school. And I'm taking middle school and junior high students, which most people should get to middle school and junior high, with who the first little bit of knowledge in stock trading. It just, they're like, oh yeah, why am I just not getting it? Well, that's where I take you and start tutoring you. Waiting for like, oh man, love it, Debmar. That's hilarious. But anyway, and so I take you to high school, definitely get you to graduate, and then possibly even usually get you a college degree, get you in the NIL and get you a deal. Maybe take you straight to the pros like CR Trader. I got a few students that, CR Trader was such a badass high school baseball prospect. He went straight to the pros. He's in the pros. He pulled a Kobe Bryant and Rick Seas of the world, selling the Seas truly with his sailboat, named levels off of trading my levels, so it can be done. It's not like it's impossible. I just think a lot of people at first, they put a lot of walls and barriers in front of themselves and they don't do the right thing. And the mind, this guy gets in the way, this girl, whatever you want to call it, your girl or guy, right? Your brain gets in the way big time. So again, I always advise anyone to track, journal, back test, track, journal, back test, chart, go over levels. Ask me questions, that's what I'm here for in the live. Ask me anything you want. I mean, I'd tell him, I'm obviously pretty much open as a book. I mean, So I love like Trade the Pool. You know, you got and J-Trades be vaping on live stream. Steve's vaping. I don't vape. I'll smoke, but I'm not like, hey, I'm gonna sit here and just blaze it up on a live stream. But yeah, I mean, y'all know everything about me, so I'm open. You know, I'm like, hey, here, what do you want? Let's go over it. Let's figure it out together. And I think you have to be that way. You have to be open about what you're going through and what you're doing. You can't be selfish. You can't be ignorant. You can't be prideful. All those things have to be going to the side. I mean, you got to imagine myself, like I've talked about, I'm a very confident, outgoing person. To be humbled like I have been, you know, multiple times in my life. Like I said, I lost the whole battle of, the multiple battle. But point being, I'm always the whole, I'm not going to do it, watch. I thought I was going to be a morning show host on radio, TV or something. I got into that and I was like, hey, they beat me. You know, I gave up on that dream. It was going to be a long journey. Yeah, maybe I would have gotten there. But, you know, it's just one of those things where you have to have that relentlessness. You have to have, kind of let the ego and pride go to the side and just have a lot of hard work and work smarter, not harder. And again, that's what I said, just invest in yourself. Do one-on-ones with me. I don't charge a lot for one-on-ones. Those are really reasonable for traders. The Zooms are an hour long. Like I said, they're really beneficial. Some traders take on quicker and faster than others. The main thing I'm always trying to do at first is get the charting down, and I'm trying to figure out who you are as a trader and get you to stop doing stuff. Like, stop doing this. This just is not going to work. Or you need to attack for this and be more patient and wait for this. It's hard. This isn't easy. I mean, that's why I was just showing you make you guys laugh as much as possible. Because I know it's not always green days and rainbows out there, I guess we'd call it. I don't know what we'd call it in the stock market, but it's not butterflies and rainbows. We call it green days and rainbows, whatever. Green days and green eggs and ham. So, you know, make you laugh. Play the weigh-ins and homie don't play that. Real quickly before I get to my next one-on-one. So, yeah, Fed, here you go, bro. Mr. Freddy's. Fred, we'll go to in living color. See, I mean, this was like the jam back in the day, bro. So here we go in living color, of course. There's right there. So you got Keenan Ivory win. So Keenan Ivory and then Damon. That Damon was, yeah. So Keenan Ivory, he was the one that hosted it, and he was the one that hosted it and ran it pretty much. Damon was his I think his younger brother, right? And he played Homie the Clown and have a lot of different people. That's Fire Marshal Bill. Yeah, this is good. You know, this had a lot of people. Of course, I'm sure you've seen David Allen Greer before, possibly, or Tommy Davidson. They were kind of these. She was pretty funny. Of course, the sister was pretty funny. Then the younger brothers were on it, or kids are on it, whatever they are. Anyway, so it's pretty good. You know, 92% like it, 8.2 on IMDb. It's one of the ones where like, yeah, this was the one that people wish was still around for sure. Yeah, and this was another color too that he played, or another character he played too as well.
Hello, welcome to.
And thanks for tuning in. You know, before I learned how to exercise properly, I was a poor excuse for a woman.
Flabbergasted.
Yeah, that's the shit they did, bro.
But the greatest memory.
Ain't that the truth, Ruth? Now I'd like to talk about an exciting new film, Karate Kid Part 3.
Can't see? They can't see anything. Well, I can't see one of your nuts, so that's nice.
Hello, Jimmy! Kim Coles in the city.
Talk about dirty. He got stains in his drawers big enough to land a plane on.
Yeah. Falling, and she can't get up.
Path. So,
oh, this
because you kept going.
And I forgot. Look at Fox. Jamie Foxx. Look at Jamie Foxx. Forgot he was on this.
Oh God. Oh yeah. And I said.
And you could tell it was a guy. Look at David. He's like, no, leave me alone.
Hey, word up.
Bro, you talk about talent and the writing and what you could get away with back then. Go look it up. Like I said, when you get a chance to go watch some Saved by the Bell. Saved by the Bell. That's good too. Go In Living Color. Good stuff. I have to watch this. Oh my gosh. Ingrid Aussie chick. If you haven't seen In Living Color, girl, go watch it. Like tonight, you've got to watch In Living Color. You've got to go find it and watch it. It's golden. It is golden. I like how like it's like avocados are supposedly unavailable, and then they are like, and I'll go in there like it's like substitution from Walmart. I hate Walmart. They're not unavailable. It's been substituted for a bag of. I'll get fresh organic ones. Okay, sweet, for like double the cost, and I don't care what. One avocado toast, whatever. I'm like, I only wanted two for $1 normally. Now I'm gonna get 3 or 4, and it's $4. It's like triple the cost. Ay. And then you go in there and they've got avocados galore. You're like, what are you talking about? You don't have any avocados. Where do these 500 come from that sit in this huge bin every day? I mean, every time I go to Walmart, they have a huge bin of avocados. Well, like, and when this happens, I really want to go in there and be like, y'all have avocados. I'm going to walk in real quickly just to see. Just to see. Oh, man, I got to get into my one-on-one team. I will pop back in here and after hours see if we have anything moving. Right now, ASTI cracked back on down. Again, nothing really moving right now, so we'll see if we get something here in Power Hour. I'll see you guys back here in a bit.
Hey, what's going on, Josh? Another day, another dollar. Yeah, it has been slow. That's why my number of trades have been minute. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I'm good with that. Fine with me. All right, man. Let's jump. First of all, how are the kitties? Kitties are good? There you go. I forgot to mention, like, I see you have the Turtles machine. I've got the what is it? The Miss Pac-Man downstairs with a whole bunch of other games, that they come in and so forth. Always fun. All righty.
Hey, man, wow, what a move here right here. I'll just jump back on the mic real quickly here. Whoa, wowza woozies here. We got a big move here from NCI. So NCI, what's that? NCIS. NCIS, you're taking a roll here. So NCIS, I almost going to keep calling it NCIS. Let me move this out of the way here a little bit lower so I can go to the 1 year, 1 day. Do have this line in. I think we put this in from earlier. I did some charting earlier today. That $3 area. And then we have 340. So not a lot of resistance coming up top here for NCI. Going back a little bit further over these areas. You can zoom in here a little bit. We got 340 over 340. Watch for move to 370 to 4. And then we don't get strong again until 460 into this 5 area. You can see a lot of resistance back over there. It's the weekly. Could go to the day and see it. Maybe zoom in and get that a little bit better on the charting side there. But these are just resistance levels from past chart history. This line worked out to a T earlier. I put this line in and it fell perfectly at it for about a 60% reversal. And then all the way down then for almost $1 reversal from here, about 90 cents. We're going to win this U-shape back up on around here. Beautiful move here for NCI to close out the day here. Now this has high potential to squeeze in after hours. But again, we're already up so high here, making a big move before the start of power hour into it. A lot of the times those don't carry over into after hours as well. Now they still can. A lot of the time this is what? A little too much too early, or sometimes a little too late. Which again, not a little too late here. This would be a little too early for sure in my opinion on this case. So just want to jump back on the mic real quickly for you guys here on NCI. Not NCIS, just NCI. Other stocks to watch here. SMX did come up to a line we've had in here for a little bit while. We watched this play spike from November of last year. Still getting spikes right now. Starting to remind me of some plays in 2022 that ran 3, 4, 5, 6 months that year. I can go back to a couple different ones that were just non-stop that year long. And it kind of reminds me of that with SMX here. We've been looking at it sometimes for smaller days, sometimes medium-sized days, sometimes big days for SMX. 1750 resistance. We do have support right down here, right around 1575 into 1585. A lot of demand right through this area right there. And boy, oh boy, oh, NCI does not want to give up. Again, 340 would be next. It seems like it's taken the mob away from everything, at least for power hour. I would imagine with this boomity boom booms, she sees some action, or NCI will create some after hours action with a new mover or two. After this, I would imagine. Margot is out. All right, team. I'm gonna get back in. It was a quick one-on-one there, just going over trades. It was awesome. I was like, all right, I love doing them. Gets in, gets out. We go over it, get to what we need to get over and talk to about, and whammy. Go over the trades. I'm going to get my water real quickly. I'll jump back on the mic here in just a minute to see if we have any extra movement before the start of after hours. Be back here in just a couple minutes.